Good morning, everyone tuning in on live stream. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, members of the gallery. As part of our traditional acknowledgement of country, I would like to acknowledge the Darumbal people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging. Councillors, we have our opening prayer again this morning, and we're very grateful to have Reverend Rob Stanley from the Keppel Parish of the Anglican Church to deliver our prayer this morning. So over to you, Rob. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a full attendance, councillors, so no leave of absences or apologies for item 3. Item 4, the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting being the 27th of October 2020. So councillors, Councillor Mather.
I couldn't find any minutes on the page, unless I'm looking at the wrong place. I'd looked twice.
Okay.
No minutes for that date.
Councillor Hutton,
Yeah, I concur there.
Okay, all right. So we might just come back to that one, suspend that one for the time being. We'll just, sorry. Yep, all right, we can do that. So we'll just resolve to carry that over to the next meeting. So you happy for resolution on that, Mr. Acting CEO? All right, so I'm going to move in a seconder, please. So move Councillor Eastwood. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Thank you. Okay, item 5, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Any declarations of interest, councillors, on the agenda? No. Okay, thank you. All right, which brings us to item 6, and I believe we have a deputation this morning from the Capricorn Coast Community Events Group. So we'll just wait until those guys enter the room. Thank you.
Do we know if they have arrived, Mr. Mayor?
I believe I saw them in the foyer.
Okay.
Traditionally, as you will be aware, under the process of procedures, deputations are given 20 minutes. So up to you as to how you want to split that up, whether you want to have the question time, how much you want the question time. But in the interest of fairness, we've been restricting all of our deputations to this point to 20 minutes, so we just ask them to keep that. Thank you. Anyway, over to you guys.
All right, thank you. So, for those who don't know, Capricorn Coast Community Events Association Inc.
It's a registered, incorporated, not-for-profit organisation. We formed it with the charter to not only run the two signature events, which is Great Australia Beach Party and Carols by the Beach, but also, this is really important, is to support and mentor other community groups who are running or looking to develop events like that. And you'll get some instances of that as we go through. If we go next slide. So, our current membership, we're very tight. You're only on the group if you've got a job to do. So I'm the chair. Tony Edwards from Evans Edwards is our treasurer. Secretary Julie Strudwick, but we've got an acting one at the moment. Julie's had some family issues to deal with. Site coordinator Eddie Cowie. And when you start to look at people like Eddie, he goes back 20 years because we're in year 27 this year of Great Australia Beach Party. Stalls and Ride coordinator we've got here is Lou Shipway. Marketing and IT team is Tash and Alistair Gill, and the beach coordinator is, and he can't be here today, Tom White. That's the beach games coordinator. Traffic management and QPS liaison is the ex-senior sergeant, Bob Barclay. We lassoed him, couldn't let him get away. Julie Palmer is the SES support liaison person, and noting that it's Yeppoon that has been the SES support, although there's been times when there's been big events and they've been, people go, they backfilled from Emu Park. We've even had SES come down from Rockhampton, just volunteering in their own capacity. And our COVID Safe coordinator, here for Joe Craggs. Joe did the stuff for the Swans grand final, and as soon as they told me that it wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't been for Joe, the lasso went out, because we'd already spoken to Queensland Health, and Julie had done the first cut of our COVID Safe plan, but it helped just to have somebody who's already been through the ropes, and in a probably more complicated way, because they had alcohol and all sorts of stuff at Swans versus our family friendly. So if we go next thing. So here's our two major events. Carol's been going for 18 years, 26 years so far, 27 coming up. And Carol's in 2000 was officially recognised by the Queensland branch of the National Australia Day Council as the third largest Australia Day event in Queensland. In fact, they flew up to see what we were doing, because they'd been trying from the early 90s to actually get communities to get engaged with Australia Day. So if we go to the next slide. So here's the other events that we've auspiced and supported. TC Marcia 1 year on event, we did all the fundraising for that. We did get support from council as well, but ran that for the community. Premier came and attended, and we did that with the opening of the Kraken. Yeppoon Lions Fest, we actually ran their concerts and organised all the entertainment for the ball and their promotion and their sponsorship in 2010, 2011 and 2012. After that, we've got a funding grant in 2012 from Queensland Events to prepare a manual that we made available to Lions and any other group who wanted about, here's the blueprint for how to stage an event on the Yeppoon foreshore. Yeppoon Show, they asked us to step in, and we organised a sponsorship for them and the main stage events, 2014 and 15. Capricorn Coast Teddy Bears Picnic, we did that in conjunction with Yeppoon Kindy. They continued on with it in a lower fashion, but it's always hard with committees when they take over. 2010, 2011, 2012, and I'll show you one of their posters in a second. Cap Coast Runners, Great Australia Beach Party Fun Run. You'll see them every day. We start at 7 a.m. Easy to look after them. All you need is water. The first year we organised a sausage sizzle and they had about 3 sausages, and because all those runners want to do is have a drink. They run it, but we assist with the promotion, and we make it part of Australia Day to have the extended thing. Cap Coast Community Events Prayer Breakfast 2009. There was a Merrill Prayer Breakfast that started in Livingstone. However, the regional council didn't take it on. The combined churches asked if we could still run one. We did it for 1 year under Cap Coast Community Events, and then the regional council took it on. So and the Harmony Working Group, they asked us if we could auspice them to help organise and get in their group together for things like NAIDOC Week. So here's the 2010 Teddy Bears Picnic. You can see all the sponsors that we got on board for that, and that was the quality of the promotion. We'll just flick through a couple of these. That's from 2010 as well. And you can see the scale of the crowd and the family crowd that come for carols. And if we go again, and there's just another one. Just a couple of things. This is why we do it as a group. We don't need to be doing it, but because of my background, and it started back in 1993 when I was asked to be on, the year before I was president of the tourist organisation, I was asked to be on the selection panel, but in 1993 I had to go away, and Paul Lancaster said, why don't we organise some stuff on the beach? And I helped book the entertainment for them and came back. It had been a success, but I sort of said, look, if we're going to grow this, so that was under the auspice of the tourist organisation. He was my deputy. We reversed roles. The next year I'd done 2 years as president, stepped down to vice president, started at the top and worked my way down. And got to the point where I said, well, if we're going to do it, let's badge it. So we created Great Australia Day Beach Party. My company at the time took on all the event coordination roles, the publicity, the sponsorship, fundraising, and we grew the event from 1994 to 2000 when it was the third largest in the state. So what are the community benefits of an event like this? If we start with stage development, we have over 150 children, students, dancers, choirs, community orchestras, bush paths, musicians, street theatre performers and artists who are afforded the opportunity to perform at their premier event, and a premier event not only for the Capricorn Coast and Livingstone, but for the region. They get to perform on a stage that is now comparable to the Pilbeam Theatre, and we've had that feedback, with technical support at a regional, state and national standard. And interestingly, Janelle, who's from Janelle's Academy, had been to, when I was booking her this year, she said, we went to Mackay last year, Serena Beach, and went to their carol sing, and she sort of said, we had no idea of just how good and how professional the event is when we went to theirs. And she sort of said, without skiting, we blow them out of the water. And that's one of the values when you're looking at professional development. We also, through our RADF grants, actually got circus performers to come up and work specifically on street theatre. That was back in the regional council days. Broader community development, service clubs, sports clubs, the high school chaplaincy, and that's the specific fundraiser that we do for the chaplaincy at carols. And all the money from those torches, the little candles, all goes to support the chaplaincy. Emergency service groups, SES, Rural Fire Brigades, Lifesavers, Capricorn Coast Guard have been afforded fundraising opportunities, but also importantly, the opportunity to raise community awareness. We've done an estimate over that period of time because Lions, Rotary, all of those groups, over the 26 years, we've estimated conservative $1.25 million has been raised for community groups. We go again. This is probably equally as important, or in some ways more important, particularly in disaster times, and that's why we've decided to dig deep. I know that some groups had a bit of a, either half a show or a gap year. I said to our group, we can either have the gap year or dig deep. They all decided that they were going to dig deep, and there was no arm twisting on that. But the wellbeing, a broad range of arts, environmental, social, multicultural sports groups and other community groups are afforded sites to have, things like the Cancer Council, the clean up, the beach groups, sites and or opportunities to promote and advance community wellbeing and participation through their respective activities. We go again. And here's the kicker, and this is one of the reasons why we also did it. It comes at a time of year, either just before Christmas or with Australia Day, it's the last event. It's the last event that they get till March. There are very few things run after that. So this is the last opportunity, and this is certainly, I believe, a conservative estimate of 500,000, and we're looking at local, regional, state, interstate visitors have come to the Capricorn Coast. Not everybody comes to the event, or they might walk through the event, stay for 5 minutes, but they come to the region, and they usually come, particularly on the long weekends, for several days. They stay. Now, if you try to book accommodation here on Australia Day, and I've forgotten to book some things a couple of times, and had to have people I had people camping at my place because it was booked out. I could not get the accommodation. If we just go back, just one, no, back one, that's good. So these visitations have delivered, and if I went to Mary Carroll or the university, they'd crunch them figures and come up with mega millions of dollars that have come in for the people who stay, the accommodation, the stuff that's happening with the traders. Everybody is chock-a-block that day. One of the things that we have, and we've noticed, is the lagoon. We compete with the lagoon now to get people to stay for longer periods. On a hot day, they go up and down the beachfront. That's what you want to happen. You want them to be going to all the businesses. So the other thing that we do to support groups, we bought our own PA several years ago. We run the event, we always try to run at a surplus, and we earn our funding from sponsorship, but also the income from the stalls. And we've been able to accumulate that over a period of time, and we bought a major concert PA. So we mentor the groups, but that PA has been made available to Pinefest, it's been made available to Black Dog Ball, we've spoken to Village, and we're going to make it available for them next year, providing they've got appropriate operators. And so, where to from here? CCC has always been appreciative and acknowledged successive council support. The logos are prominent. We plug all day the major sponsors. At the start, we used to actually do, as part of our contribution, we used to actually run, and Brian Dorey and Desley Ryle would put that together, the Australia Day Awards at the beachfront using our PA. It used to happen in the morning. So we would facilitate all of that. But this year, the decision to reduce for Carols by the Beach by approximately 50%, and that's equivalent to a level in real terms of the amount that we were receiving in 2013 from the Regional Council. When you put together the cash and the in-kind, over recent years we've been encouraged to take more cash and less in-kind. So for Australia Day it was 10,000 and 10,000 in-kind. So we started taking more cash to fund those things that Council used to provide. And then obviously when we found out that we were cut by that amount, it was a real blow at the worst possible time. We're trying to run COVID, right? So fortunately, and I thank Megan, she sent us the thing from the National Australia Day Council. We put something into them, we put it in, and 10 days later, we had a week to get it in. 10 days later, they came back and said, you've got the money, if you sign the agreement. 10 days after signing the agreement, the money was in the account. So we've got the 20,000, but we can only spend it on COVID stuff, right? We've got to do the full acquittal. So it doesn't do anything for us for those events, and it doesn't, you know, we'll have a little bit of rollover if we acquire stuff early that will assist us a bit with Carols. But what we're looking for is for Council to reconsider that decision, whether or not we get some of the in-kind reinstated or even part thereof. One of the things was going to be $1,800 per event to put the banners up. We said we'll just won't put the banners up this year, and you miss out on the placemaking and the festive feel. Megan said, "Oh no, we can still do that one." But there's things like putting the sides up on the tent. You know, if you guys could cover stage and audio, doing that again, so that we arrive with a delivered stage. We then dress it, do all the production of the PA, put the extra stage stuff in place. But and the other thing that we really need, and we were anticipating that we'd be invited in, is the 4-year funding agreement, which we had in place before. So I said we've been very appreciative, and I've got to say this: we can make these events happen with less money. What we can't do is necessarily give the kids the fireworks for this year. The 5,000 that we're short is fireworks. We just deferred them. So we'll dig deep and find some We've got all of our corporate sponsors have stayed with us. They all realise the importance of this to the community. The community needs that uplift now. And when you see those faces, we didn't run fireworks last year because of the fire danger, and we decided we'd put the money, and we'll still be making that presentation. We've had to wait to see where we're going to land to a number of the rural fire brigades. The other thing that we can find some savings in is if we don't put the level of production in. But everybody's commented on, since we've been putting in the theatre curtaining, things like that, it's just lifted it. It's just lifted it to a state and national standard. These are signature events. You can only, the fact that we've kept going for 26 years, and we have our ups and downs with the weather and when somebody else runs against us or if it's midweek, but we've maintained that crowd, and even with the lagoon coming on board, the town is still absolutely full and chock-a-block. We don't want to see that going backwards. We could do a GoFundMe or stuff like that, but I thought our first thing was to pick the time to come and have the presentation, put our cards on the table. We're not going anywhere. We've a committed group. We love the two events. We've been talking about maybe doing another one. You saw when we were doing those other ones, we were doing 4 a year, and we were getting to burnout. The other thing is, as a sponsorship fundraiser for it, people were ducking when they'd see me come because I'd be asking them for another $3 grand. And Nigel's laughing because he knows all about how hard it is to get money, particularly in these economic times. So that's our presentation.
Bill, 2 questions. What was the level of funding in 2013? And the second one, the 20,000 from COVID money, where did that go? So
the 2013, we had cash and in-kind from the Regional Council. It was the same amount of money that we were getting in 2008 from Livingstone Council. So it didn't increase, but it was $6,600 plus GST and between $4,000 and $5,000 of in-kind. You know, so 10,000 is where it was. So and when we got the form this time, it sort of said we could only ask for 10. You know, and we'd been informed verbally that we were going to be cut back, and but we didn't have any idea it was going to be that quantum. And I just sort of said, well, the show will go on, but I wanted to have a talk to council about it because the only people, it doesn't hurt us, you know, hurts us a little bit that we can't put on as good a show as we've been doing, but it's the community. The dancers will not have as big a stage because it's expensive to put that on. We won't be able to put the extra marquees up for shade for the community, and that's going to be a huge disappointment for people because they can sit with their umbrellas and their hats and stuff. But that made, and if anybody looked at it last year, we actually got a grant for 2 smaller marquees. So we had Stage and Audio's big marquees and the other ones, and it looked sensational. It looked like it was always meant, didn't look like an add-on. And I thought we'd really get into, because as we know when we went with the foreshore redevelopment, it's hard to put shade over that area. And the money, the 20,000 must be, and I've got the huge list of stuff that we can do. We can buy our sanitisers, we can do signage, we can get additional toilets in that we're doing. We can put COVID-safe messaging out there. We can do spend money on the electronics and the IT to scan everybody in, so we can do all of those things. And we will need all of that money to do that. But they recognise, you know, when we sent them the stuff and anything that's been going for we're probably the second longest event that's been going, or the third, apart from the European Show and Pine Fest. So we're very proud of that record, but it couldn't have happened without partnerships. And council, and whether it was a regional council or Livingstone Council, has been foundation sponsors. So here we are looking to have a look at that partnership. It's a tough year. We're looking for a fair go, and even if we transitioned to get to where we need to be, But if you want to know, if anybody wants to know anything about our COVID safe planning, Joe can give you a very quick brief on that, or are there other questions?
We've only got a couple of minutes.
Yep.
Okay, just a couple of questions. How do you make these events more environmentally sustainable? What are you putting in place for those things?
Oh, so we're part of the recycling. We've got JJ Richards as one of our major sponsors. So we've got the recycling bins that are in place. We actually get the environmental groups to come in and do their presentations about keeping things clean. Anything that we can do on that, we're not huge power consumers, but obviously anything that we can do to make it clean and green. And one of the things that we do at the end of every event, we ask everybody before they leave to look down, and they pick stuff up. So because we said we don't want this stuff to get into the waterways.
And just, sorry, secondly, quickly. I noticed 2019 Australia Day, I thought the attendance numbers had dropped from a business owner. What will you guys do to incorporate all those businesses down the main street and along the beachfront? Like we've got Light Up Livingstone happening now, so it incorporates the whole Shire. We would like to see, on behalf of business owners, that Australia Day is fully incorporated, not just at one entity.
Yeah, and what we do, because you may or may not be aware, but we have through Sailing Club, we have sail days where they actually start down that end. People park and walk past those events. We encourage them to do the other businesses every time we walk past the businesses. But you're right, we were down that year. Two things. We'd had the horrific fires, so there were people who were hurting. But that year was the first year that Rocky had run a beer festival on the same day, marketing. So there was a core amount of audience, and also there was some volatility in the weather that particular day. So you're always going to get your peaks and troughs with that, and but we notice that as well because we monitor those, and part of our thing is we're vulnerable. So if we don't have the showcase drawcard entertainment, have you seen how Carols has grown over the last 3 years since we put fireworks on? Rocky comes down. We actually started doing all of our stalls from lunchtime, so people would make a day of it. This time for social distancing, we've got no stalls. We've got a very small food court, but we had to make available all of that grass. We've spoken to the traders. What we do is we encourage the traders to promote with us. Okay, so we promote local businesses, and if you have a look on our posters, you'll see our major sponsors, but you'll see about 30 businesses as well, who all get in and support the event.
Quickly, in regards to the carols, what churches are, part of the carols as well? Do you incorporate the churches to come in?
Yeah, so what we used to do, we used to give them a spot of the combined churches. And Phil Walters did all sorts of stuff, Reverend Mike Donaldson. It was interesting though, the politics of the different churches of who's going to do what. We had Robin Booth did her stuff. She said there's not enough church stuff, but the stuff that they did, they didn't want to do popular carols. So our carols is a Christmas variety concert. We encourage them to start running their own, religious is the wrong word, but carols with a religion theme. So we're a multicultural society. So, and when I've said that to them, and what do we do to promote the churches? We fundraise for the chaplaincy. But on that, it came down to, we used to ask them to come to us. We'd give them, I used to give them 2 spots, and it was probably representative of a 3.5-hour stage program, at least 45 minutes, where they talk about the spirit of Christmas. We had the sand stories, the sand drawings that Mike Donaldson, one year they came back and they said, oh, none of the groups want to do anything, but we're putting the sand stuff up, and we played that on the big screen with a narration. We've had nativities, we've had donkeys coming on stage and camels walking through. That was interesting. So we've tried to make sure that we've got a balance, but we run a variety program similar to what you see at the Myer Music Bowl, similar to, obviously not on that scale, but similar to what they do in Rockhampton and other places.
Just one last
Very quickly.
Just an observation. in relation to a commitment over 4 years, I have to say that this council would have to be very cautious because we're facing the Boundaries Commissioner and the potential of losing 3 of our suburbs, we may not be viable to make any commitment of that kind.
Yeah, so whether or not it's 4 years or 3 years, I know that that discussions have started with Pinefest and some of the other groups for similar 4-year events. All the event coordinators talk to each other, we all support each other. So I know that that's happening for other groups. All we're asking is a fair shake for this group, and we've got the community behind us. Everybody loves these events. They are 2 of the most popular events on the calendar.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. Good to see you all, and thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have a resolution to receive the deputation. Thank you. So moved, Councillor Mather. Seconder, please, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. As per our usual pattern, councillors, the officers will update us on the outstanding items list. So over to you, Mr Acting CEO.
Thank you, and good morning, councillors, and through you, Mr Chair. The first item is number 1, which is the draft Fig Tree Creek Master Plan. In summary, there will be a briefing report presented to Council on the 1st of December briefing session prior to launch of the public consultation in regards to this matter. Item number 2, which is the former Catholic Church building, Marlborough. As previously mentioned, we have got asbestos identified in that building. We're working with facilities in regards to what to do with that building, and a report we've prepared for a future briefing session to discuss. That's going to be a conversation we need to have due to the amount of expense to possibly fix it. So that's, that'll be a briefing session report based on that one.
We've kind of been down this road for perhaps a couple of years now. We've been at this stage for some time, and now we're waiting for another report. We knew these things back then, and I thought we might have been a little bit more sort of procedures-wise, a little bit ahead from now.
Yep. Thank you for the question. And for you, through you, Mr Mayor, we actually offered it for tenure. So we actually had a look at it, and because of the interest and the extra further identification that's been done, we realised we couldn't. So we haven't been to this stage where we've taken a report based on the amount to restore it to a facility that we can actually lease. So that's what we're doing now, because we did try to lease it out.
Yes, because I understand from talking to the people up there that they're anxious for some accommodation there for the workers that are in the area. So the sooner we can offload it and find a home for it, the better it would be for everybody. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Mayor.
Item number 3, the inquiry of the Gateway Business and Industry Park at proposed lot 24. The proponent has indicated they are no longer interested in the licence agreement. They're potentially interested in purchase, but this will be dependent on receiving jobs and regional growth. That is ongoing, and we'll keep the updated councillors in regards to what happens in regards to that one.
All right, so will this remain on the...
no, we can take it off.
The heavily shaded items on the list are going to be removed? Thank you.
Correct. Yep. Item number 4, which is the Livingstone Planning Scheme. Again, this one can be taken off. Report to be presented on today's council meeting. So we'll take that one off as a result of the council report. The next item, which has also been ongoing for quite a while, is the proposed trustee lease to the NBN Co-Limited over part of Lot 50 on survey. We have now got an application for trustee lease signed by council, and there's now with the trustee lease document of the Queensland Government. There was, as previously I've briefed, there was a lot of toing and froing in regards to where it was with Coast Guard and what was actually possible doing. We have now signed a lease, and that should be off the table very, very soon. So we'll keep you updated on that one, councillors. Item number 6, proposed trustee lease to the Poon Inland Association. We've engaged Robert Harris Rivet to provide legal assistance in the preparation and negotiation of the draft trustee lease at the cost around $5,500 to $7,000. The Poon Inland Association has been advised of the estimated cost and has provided an undertaking to meet the same. As you recall through you, Mr Chair, the question was raised whether they're aware and they were comfortable, and the answer to that is yes, they are. So,
Mr Mayor, this one's obviously on our radar for some time. I'm concerned that if we hand over a lease and we have no assurances that when we hand it over that the organisation has in fact been structured in a way that it can handle it. Do we need to ask for a business case as to who they've got running the show? I mean, we know there's a committee, but when you look at the number of people that may be involved in this as tenures, but it was said to me the other day, look, we may not even have the numbers. So I think we just need some assurance before we start handing over a lease.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Mather. I might ask Councillor Bello to add some commentary around this, because he's obviously been involved in this along with yourself. So if you have a comment,
yeah, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Taking on board Councillor Mather's question there, I think I'd probably see it as an observation, really, more so because I believe that the Inlet Association is being well managed, and they're diligently going through this process. I'm sure there is going to be hurdles that they will experience along the way, but I'm not aware at this point in time that they're not advancing in a very productive way, and they will meet their objective of complying with the lease in partnership with council. So, but I'm always happy to obviously hear the concerns of any of the members there, which we've done in the past. But at this point in time, I'm comfortable with the way it's progressing. So, unless there's other information that can be provided, that's where I see it at this stage.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. In relation to Councillor Mather's comment / question, any comments from the officers?
no, through you, Mr Chair, totally agree with Councillor Bello. We've had no concerns raised. Our Principal Property Officer has been working with them very closely, and at this stage there's been nothing identified. I will follow that up, of course, but at this stage there's been no concerns at all raised.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks to me. Yes, follow it up, please, because we haven't had any meetings for some months. So we don't know the state of play officially, that is, and how many people are on board, because virtually what we're asking to do once they take the lease, they're going to be a mini council responsible for rates and waters and non-payment of rates and all that sort of thing that we do. And I'm just concerned that they may not be aware of the implications here and the responsibilities, because it is public money after all.
Item number 7, which is the request for renewal of lease to the Rural Fire Brigade up at Marlborough there. Negotiations still continue with the Public Safety Business Agency, which is looking at the process of how many members are there and also what sort of status that brigade is. We have issued a lease, and that will continue to be there until further notice. There is no concerns our end, knowing full well that we've also just approved Cunnawarra to be established out there as well. So at this stage, the lease will issue and brigade continues to occupy the premises. So for us, there's no concerns in regards to that. And we are supporting, as we all do, all the rural brigades as much as we possibly can in that process. And that one, number 8 is the next one, potential sale of lot 16, the Gateway business. This one also, through you, Mr Chair, with permission, can be removed. Settlement has now been completed on this matter.
I'm going to talk about number 9, which is a petition requesting access to Long Beach. So the briefing session report regarding this issue on the 7th of July, and officers have been undertaking some further investigations with a report to the next briefing session meeting on the 1st of December to discuss it in more detail with the view to taking it to the council meeting before Christmas. Number 10, repairs to Kraken. So this will be taken off the business outstanding tables. So we know that there's been an outcome, the community has spoken, and it's over to officers now. We've got budget and we need to plan and deliver the project by the end of financial year.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Did you say, sorry, Michael, do we have the budget for that? Yes. What about the timeline as far as Christmas goes?
No, thank you for the question, Councillor. We will be doing the design and documentation at the moment. We'll have to go out to quote for someone to complete the works. We won't be doing anything until after the Easter period.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it in place until after this summer season.
I think wise move considering the timeframes and everybody's commitments.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to take in mind, councillors, as we all have, is the school holidays, particularly over Christmas and New Year. I mean, it's a feature that's going to be used very heavily, given we'll have our usual hot weather.
We'll just say our
We
prayers
don't
hope
want to
nothing
sort of shut
happens.
half of it down,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, thank you.
So number 11 on the list is the bike racks in the Shire. So we've previously presented a briefing session report outlining the opportunities and the risks. We've ranked the locations in priority order, and the officers have to deliver some community consultation and ask for feedback. We're looking to do that in the new year. We're running a bit close to time for Christmas, I believe. So we'll be looking at doing that in the new year and providing a final report back to council so that we can look to implement some of the new initiatives in the next budget.
A question, Mr. Mayor, to Michael. The dump sites, have we got any plans to do anything with those? We haven't, I think we've only got one or two in the Shire. One's at Beachside, one's at Merv Anderson, maybe Emu Park, I'm not too sure. There's not anything. No, because if we want to be friendly, we may not have the facilities as far as areas go for camping, but at least they could call in and use those facilities if we had them, if we had more of them. So,
Yeah, I think if I can just jump in here, the appropriate time to discuss this, and I don't disagree, councillor, is during the budget process.
Yeah.
We can perhaps make some more
I
provision
wasn't
around
sure
dump
whether
sites
there
in the
was
budget.
anything in train for that, that's all.
Yeah, at this stage I don't think so, but I'm certainly not aware of anything in the budget.
Yeah.
But I think it's appropriate we have a look at it in the forthcoming budget.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Number 12 is RV and caravan parking. So we've previously presented a briefing session report regarding this issue. Similar to the last item, we'll be looking to talk to the community and ask for their input into the priorities and rank the locations, so therefore we can consider this in the next year's capital works budget. Preferred timeframe community consultation is December there. As I mentioned previously, I think we will likely roll this one into January as well because of the Christmas period and people having other things on their mind. But we'll endeavour to have that completed in time for budget deliberations.
Okay, item number 13, which is the no summation, Councillor Mather, for the installation of boundary signs. It's being proposed as part of a broader suite of signage options and will be discussed at the placemaking reference group late October. Now, I've got a further update in regards to that. The placemaking reference group have met and is fully supportive of the proposed approach. Request for quotes is under review by procurement and will release shortly. Advice has been sought from the Durrumbal people regarding preferred wording and recognition of signs. A briefing report will be tabled in December for that one.
The boundary ones, we were looking at designs for those.
Yeah.
do they have to go to the placemaking people first? Because it's all of council on this one, not just a placemaking, it's a identification.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, but the placemaking group was established to bring a lot of people together and have those negotiation decisions, and then that will be taken to council for the final decision made on that. So that's why the placemaking group was set up, and it's about the whole holistic strategy to the placemaking process. So that was the only reason why it's been given to the placemaking for that decision.
Okay, as long as we don't leave it too late, because we
No.
might be needing them.
No, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the December a briefing report will be tabled in December for those conversations. The next one is number 14, feral goats on Great Keppel Island. An update for that, and council friends are aware of this. We are awaiting, and we will follow up a time of availability for the member of Keppel, the state member, to be part of that. It's very, very important, and that state is part of this meeting, because at the end of the day, it's a holistic approach as well. So.
Number 15 is the unsealed road service levels. So officers are working with a contractor at the moment to do condition assessment of all of our unsealed roads. Our officers have been out on site doing core sampling of the gravel to understand the depth and the spread of our gravels across our network. We're expecting that condition assessment report by Christmas, and then we'll collate that into a report in the new year, so we can use that to discuss our levels of service and our current condition of our road network.
Item number 16, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, placemaking beach signs. This is the line to item number 13. So basically the placemaking reference group, this was tabled, have a discussion with them, and we will be taking an overarching report to the December briefing session, which will include this. Item number 17, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, advocacy for Livingstone. A council resolved to adopt the advocacy for Livingstone policy on the 27th of October, so we can remove that one through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're happy with that. Item number 18, which is the proposed sale of land in Golding Street, Emu Park, and to an adjoining property owner. A contract of sale has been executed by both parties. The matter will now proceed subject to terms of contract. Once that's all done, that will be taken off business outstanding as well, Mr. Mayor.
Number 19, recycled water fees and charges. So council officers have been working through the full cost of providing the service, and it's currently for review with our assets and GIS team, and it will be also peer reviewed by our finance team. The proposal is to have that completed so that we can bring it back to a council briefing session in the new year, and then that will help inform our fees and charges for next financial year, and also help us develop our price path for a number of customers. Memorial Gardens, do you want me to talk to that one? Yep. So the Memorial Gardens is continuing. Our project manager has been working on a staging plan. So we are aware that we will not be able to complete the full development in this year's budget. So we're planning a staged approach. We've spoken to the funding body, the department, and we're looking to extend some of our milestones. We've also continued to do some core sampling on site to try and find suitable water for irrigation. That's proving to be more difficult than we first thought, but we're working through those details. And the project phase 1 is on track for completion by the end of this financial year.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Do we have an approximate distance between the end of the water supply and the gardens?
I don't have an exact distance,
Yeah.
but we
Approximately? Several kilometres?
I don't. It's in the kilometres, and we have done some quick estimates on if we have to
Extend.
put a pipeline in out to the site, and that's in the millions. So we're looking at alternatives such as a reverse osmosis package plant as an idea, Hopefully we can find suitable groundwater, but we do have a number of other options that we need to consider and then put to council for future staging.
Have we put it out? I suspect we would have put it out to the people who divine the water, I mean reputable people.
Yes, we've done all that, yeah.
Yes, because it's a fairly high water table in that area. It's sort of surprising that you,
It's very brackish water though.
yeah, well, you wouldn't want to drink it, but, yeah.
Probably not suitable for using on plants and gardens either,
Yeah.
given the salt content in
It'll
it.
kill everything we put in.
Yep.
Yeah, yes.
Just a question, Michael, the councillor friend and I were invited to the Emu Park Men's Shed yesterday for morning tea, and we were asked while we were there what the time frame was around construction of the road through the Memorial Gardens to Mullumbin Beach. And my understanding is that won't happen until around 2031. Is that still the proposed time frame?
Yes, it is. That's within our local government infrastructure plan, so LGIP. So it's based on population projections out over the forward planning horizon. So if we have a population increase that's greater than our projections, then we need to reconsider that, and legislative we do that every 5 years.
And what was the reason for the question, the connection?
Oh, I think there was a hope and an expectation it might be done sooner, Councillor Mather, but as we pointed out to them yesterday, and Councillor Friend and I, that you can only do what you can do with the resources that you have.
And that goes for everything we put on the table too, doesn't it? Yeah.
Thank you. Item number 21, which was a question on notice from Councillor Friend, environmental levy. As you recall, we discussed this at length at a briefing session, and a report will be going to the council meeting on the 15th of December. The next one is item number 22, notice of motion from Councillor Hunt and Great Keppel Island. Preliminary discussions has had with Capricorn Enterprise on suggested stakeholders. Confirmation of potential stakeholders initial meeting to be discussed at the next meeting of the Capricorn Enterprise scheduled for the 26th of November. The next one is item number 23, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, 25 years of friendship, Central Queensland and Singapore. If you recall, last time we were waiting to hear back from Rockhampton. We have heard back, and very short, Rockhampton is considering the request, so we'll continue to follow that up. The next one is the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton and neighbourhood pride entry signage. An update from Open Spaces is we are working on a council report regarding entry signs, and we're also working very closely with our placemaker and having a look at the estimated costing and maintenance in regards to that.
Next one is item 25, which is Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. So officers have met on site, and we're processing some solutions that we're going to bring to the next briefing session on the 1st of December for further discussion.
Item number 26, the cottonwood trees. I can comfortably say, happy to say that the pruning has been completed. The second part of that relates to the traffic management, and currently engineering assessment is looking at possible opportunities to do that traffic diversion or traffic pacifying at that stage. Did you want to add anything to that?
I'd just like to add that we've completed traffic counts, and the engineering services team are just reviewing the different scenarios that we could bring forward based on the engineering standards. We're proposing to do that in January, so we need the next 4 weeks just to draft up a number of design solutions. There'll be concept designs based on area photographs and making sure we align with our long-term strategy in that corridor. Number 27, recyclables processing service contract. So we've been negotiating with the contractor and also in partnership with the partnering councils in the area. There was a meeting held last week to further finalise the contract terms and conditions. We're looking forward to finalising those in the new year, There have been some challenges in the last week or so with the contractor and with the staff, so we're working we've got a good working relationship, and I see that it'll be processed in the new year quite simply. So it should just be a formality, and we'll get that through to the CEO for sign off in the new year.
Lovely. Through you, Mr Mayor, if I may say, for those people that aren't aware, our materials recoverable facility at Parkhurst, which services not just Livingstone Shire, but also Rocky Regional Council, Central Highlands and Gladstone, had a fire. And I want to commend our waste management and our waste officers here at Livingstone for working around the clock to arrange alternatives so that things are still recycled for our community. I'd like a special mention to yourself, Mr Creedeman, to Leanne Randall and to Joe Carner of our waste facility. Thank you very much for all the work you're doing to make sure that our recyclables are still on track.
Thank you. I'll just talk about number 28, which is acquisition of easements for sewerage and drainage purposes. So officers are continuing negotiations with the landowner. Once we reach a conclusion on those negotiations, we'll bring a briefing report back to council in the new year to finalise those easements.
Item number 29, which is the sale of land within the Gateway Business and Industry Park. Those lots, as described in the resolution column, will be on auction on the 12th of December 2020.
Item number 30, which is some public place bins in Park Street. The bins have been installed. We've stencilled some messages on the footpath. We've written letters off to a number of businesses in the local area to try and engage with them about some education campaigning. Officers will continue to monitor the litter issue with our community groups, and we're planning to bring a report back to council in the new year with the results of those of the trial.
Just through the chair, did you hear back from the business owners in regards to that letter, that they're going to work in with council in regards to litter problems?
Thank you for the question, councillor. I haven't heard back from the businesses. It was an offer to discuss waste strategies in general, and also to highlight the issue in this location. I don't think we have any ability to compel them to come and discuss it with us, but we've asked them to come just to try and educate them on their packaging and some of the possible issues around that. So the next one is item number 31, management plans for Bangalee. So investigations will commence soon. As I mentioned in the last meeting, we are a bit short on resources in that team. So the proposal is to begin that in the new year, and we'll bring forward a briefing session report with the different options that we can put to council.
Just very quickly, Michael, have the community been made aware that of the time frame around this?
I'd have to take that on notice at this stage.
You wouldn't mind just as long as the Bangalee community has been kept up to date. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Number 32, which is the access agreement, mutual access agreement between council and state government to use facilities. That's been executed by the Mayor and has been returned to the Local Government Association of Queensland for it to send on to the Speaker of the House.
Item number 33, which is the Kunnawarra, the request of lease for the Royal Fire Brigade. As we know, we made a council resolution to support that. We are currently in conversation with Public Safety Business Agency, and there's a lot of work being done in the background from Queensland Fire and Emergency Services to establish them as a brigade. So there's a few things they need to go through. Once that gets done, the lease will be ready to be submitted to Natural Resources, Mines and Energy for approval. That's a good news story, that one. Item number 34, potential sale of Lot 19, the Gateway Business and Industry Park. Contract of sale has been prepared and sent to the purchase for signing. Settlement anticipated to occur in December 2020. So that one will be taking off the business outstanding, Mr Mayor. Item number 35, which is the advocacy for Livingstone. Template for the projects have been refined. Business units will be emailed an outline of the project and asked to submit project for consideration. Once that's done, a briefing report will be provided with that information. Next one is item number 36, Capricorn Pest Management Group membership. The resolution was to decline to become a member of that pest management group at the time. A letter will be presented forward to the President of Capricorn with that Council's resolution based on our conversation. Yeah, correct. Yep. Item number 37, which is the potential locations for the off-leash dog area. A detailed plan for Olive Dory Park is near completion, and construction will start capital works in January 21. And we will keep the council up to date, knowing that part of that is also to engage the community based on other locations of possible dog off-leash areas. Item number 38, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, 100,000 trees. The Natural Resource Management team are currently working on this notice of motion regarding 1 for 2 trees, and Natural Resource Management are yet to commence discussions around the 100,000 explore potential funding opportunities. That is a large body of work which we're working on, very much similar. It's about our resources, but it's important that we actually do an audit of all our trees currently we have and really get a strategy to see what we can do in that field, but also look at our capability going forward of the nursery with a hard stand for street trees. So that's a fair body of work for that one. Item number 39, which is the significant trees register. A report will be compiled for the council meeting, so no updates to provide on that one. We are looking into that. It was something we explored a while back in regards to it, and we're actually looking at trying to get a group together, and that may be a conversation with our voice committees as well based on that one. Item number 40, which is the 1 for 2 trees, which is very similar to item number 38. Research for the report to council regarding the 1 for 2 trees has commenced, so we'll pull it all together and a future council briefing report for that one. Item number 41, which is a notice of motion for Councillor Hutton, the Urban Food Bowl. So that one has not been explored or commenced as yet, but we will work on that. It'll probably be early next year. Council will commence that one if that's everyone's through you, Mr Chair. We're happy with that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair. I had the honour of seconding this motion on behalf of Councillor Hutton. It's a well-worthy cause, and I'd just like to remind officers that Shady Lanes project, in conjunction with the Urban Fruit Bowl, has already been initiated by Economic Development, and to liaise with them as a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Chair, and to respond to your councillor friend, that is exactly what's happening. So they're very much working together. You're right, it's about the combined effort of not doing 2 or 3 separate projects, so thank you for that. The next one is notice of motion from Councillor Hutton, the residential housing market. The officers are scheduled to present a report based on this with relevant information to a briefing session in December.
Through you, Mr Chair. To Mr Masfari, I'd just like to say that thank Reef Guardian for sending through some very important information in relation to recreational fishing that I'm sure has been filtered through to the officers. Thank you.
Item number 43, United Nations Sustainability Goals. A briefing report will be compiled to scope out the United Nations Sustainability Goals, which have been captured in the community plan. So the purpose of that is to actually table a report based on what we're currently doing through our community plan and to see if there's any shortcomings in regards to the sustainability. Yeah,
You're a step ahead of yourself, councillor friend.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair. I was getting ahead of myself there. It was number 44 I was commenting on. Thank you.
So nothing further to add for item number 44.
House votes.
Number 45.
44.
Alfred Street water connection. So officers are planning to bring a briefing session report on the 1st of December, so we'll be able to understand the history and also the options moving forward.
One quick question. Has anybody been in contact with this lady at all? I know the resolution didn't say so, but I just wondered if anybody had.
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not aware that we have. I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Item number 46, which was the notice of motion from Councillor Friend of launching of vessels. Local laws have commenced the process to amend Subordinate Law Local Number 4, Local Law Number 4, and there's a strategy currently in place to amend and review all the local laws, so that's being worked on at the moment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair, and thanks, Mr Masafari. I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a little on what the actual process is to amend that subordinate law, and will this be taken into consideration now that it's been passed through resolution and not yet formulated with the state, the issuing of infringements in the meantime, while this is being formalised? Will infringements continue to be issued, or has that been put on hold? Thank you.
I'll take that on notice, Councillor Friend. I believe we're not actually issuing any more infringement notice. However, we need to make sure that the wording in the local law is correct to be fair for everyone who uses that beach. So that's why it's taking it in regards to taking the consultation phase and looking at to make sure we have the wording absolutely correct so we support everyone who wants to use the beach.
Thank you.
Item 47 is handrails in disabled toilets. So officers are investigating the different building codes and Australian standards relating to this, and are due to present a briefing session report in early 2021. There's quite a bit of work to do in understanding the standards and then also measuring a number of our amenities blocks to see what's suitable and also cost up various solutions. So there's quite a bit of work in that.
Does that need to go to budget as well?
Yes,
Yes,
after
yes.
we have the discussion with
Yes.
council in the new year
Once it's
with the options, then we'll
Need
take
to
your
look at
advice
some-
on whether you want us to put forward budget submissions.
yes, okay, thank you.
Number 48, which is around the use of e-council electronic signature. So at this stage, we're doing some investigations. We've contacted a number of other councils to see what they do. Our theory being there's no point trying to reinvent the wheel. At this stage, we've received one policy back, so we're just waiting for a few others, and then we'll turn our minds to a discussion with the councillors about the parameters. And number 49, we're just going through the logistical somersaults of attempting to get council laws and senior officers available at the same time up at Mount Charlton.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for the update. I appreciate it. So the resolution we need to adopt, councillors, is that the business outstanding table be received. So moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you very much. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. All right. Item 8, presentation of petitions. There are none that I'm aware of. Item 9, no mayoral minutes. Item 10, councillor or delegate reports, nil. So moving to item number 11, which is the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee reports. And we have with us our Chief Financial Officer, Andrea Ellis, to present this one. So over to you, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayors. Councillors, these are the confirmed minutes from the meeting held in August 2020. The majority of the program covers off some of the standard program of work, but there are 3 particular items that are of interest to the councillors. So the first one is in regards to the recommendations from the external peer review of the performance of the audit committee and the internal audit function. The chair had made a number of recommendations on actions that will be incorporated into revised terms of reference in the policy documents for both the audit committee and internal audit policy, or will be handled administratively. So improvements around the information that is contained in the reports and how those minutes are summarised. The second one was the presentation of the unaudited draft financial statements. There is a legislative requirement that they are presented to the Audit Committee prior to going to the external audit function. Some feedback was received by the committee members, in particular in regards to Note 28, which is specifically around some changes in regards to the accounting policies. So we made those changes from feedback from the committee. And thirdly, there was council was selected to be part of an audit by the CCC on the Crime and Corruption Act, in particular Section 40A, which is in regards to record keeping audit. There is a summary audit report that is available on the CCC website. Council was one of 7 agencies selected. 4 of those were local government entities. Overall, council performed quite well against against the other selected entities, and there are a couple of recommendations around just enhancing some policies where we had received some good feedback on that, some improvements around the process to update registers and implementing a checklist or a form in which to assess or categorise complaints. So these are complaints that are managed by the CEO and are not referred to the CCC. So that's the context of that particular audit that was conducted.
All right, thank you, Ms Ellis. Any questions, Councillor Mather?
Just one, thank you, Andrea. On page 31, towards the top of the page, 1.1, Internal Audit Report. It makes mention of the report pertaining to the Internal Audit Report for review of infrastructure projects finalisation. Where would I find that report?
I believe the original meeting that went to for the Audit Committee would be June or July, Councillor, so it would be available to you through the Audit Committee agenda, but I'll confirm the exact date for that particular one.
Email it across, that'll be fine. Thanks, Andrea. Yeah.
I'll let you know where it is available on the Council portal for you.
Yes, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions for our CFO? All right, so we have a resolution to adopt, councillors, and that is that the confirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee held on the 31st of August be received and the following recommendations contained within those minutes be adopted. So we have a mover in Councillor Bello, thank you, a seconder, Councillor Friend. Okay, all in favour? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
Really just for the other members' benefit that aren't privy to the committee itself, there was some really positive feedback that came through from the members towards their suggestion that they would like to include as part of their role to come and actually discuss with councillors as well to the broader table, so not just the 2 members that are on that committee, and that was an observation that they felt would greatly improve the interaction of the Arabic committee with the table itself. And so it's not seen as something that happens over there, but it's something that's part of you guys as well. So I felt that was just worth sharing with you all, and I look forward to that being included in the near future. So look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder, councillors, in Councillor Bello and Councillor Friend. So all in favour, thank you. As against, carried. Okay, we're on to 12.1, the annual report. And again, I'll pass over to our CFO. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting today the annual report for 2019-20. The annual report is needed to be adopted within 28 days of the audit being completed on the financial statements, so we are meeting those requirements. There is quite an extensive and quite detailed checklist provided by the Department of Local Government just to ensure that Council discloses all of the relevant legislative matters that are required to be incorporated, that is spread throughout the Act and Regulation. So they provide quite a comprehensive checklist which was used in the formulation of this document. The external audit also do a review just to ensure that any of the commentary that we refer to with the financials in the body of the annual report marries up with the information that was provided and that they had done their audit on. The Audit Committee had also reviewed and provided feedback onto the section that relates to their performance on the Audit Committee. So the document contains at the start a whole suite of information that is all based on either public available information, identifying some key highlights and those sorts of things. It contains a community financial report which tries to assist readers in understanding the detailed financial statements. And then we also have our audited financial statements, which are required by Council to do every year. And there's 3 components to that. So we have the audited financial statements, we have our current year financial sustainability ratio. So those 2 documents are audited by external audit. And then we also have the long-term financial sustainability statement, and that reflects what was adopted by Council as part of the budget process this year.
Thank you, Ms Ellis. Are there any questions, councillors, for the CFO? Councillor Mather?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, I mean, I print my agendas off, but I'd have to say that if anybody else needed to have a printed copy, it would be very hard to read. I think it's the small print and the colour of the print.
Councillor, we did make copies like this available in your pigeonholes just over a week or so ago, so even before the agenda would have been run.
Okay, well, I'll find it then.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions for the CFO, councillors?
There was one here, and I'm just trying to find it, I should have tagged it, in relation to assets, whether it's in this particular report, assets that we didn't know we had. The external asset person found it, and it wasn't on a register that we should have had included, which meant that we weren't providing for depreciation and all the rest of it, or replacement. But when, and it, I just don't know which page it's on now, but when we put development on maintenance and we acquire infrastructure that's relevant to that development, that needs to go into the register immediately, and obviously it's slipped up there somewhere. And I think we've got to be very mindful of that, because, you know, if we're not depreciating our, well, we don't know it in the first place if it exists, and then we find out that it's fallen over, then we could be in big trouble. That's what I'm saying. So it's important that we make sure that our assets register is up to date so that we can fund the depreciation appropriately.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. That was discussed at the Audit
Yes,
Committee
yes.
as well. Any comments on that one, Madam CFO?
There is a separate report also in today's agenda, so report 12.10, and that's the external audit report, the final management report. And in that particular report, I could go into a bit further detail around the findings of the audit process for the 19-20 financial year.
Yes, okay, thanks, Andrew.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, given this is your portfolio, Councillor Bello, did you want to move this one?
Yeah, I'd be happy to move, Mr Chair.
Okay, I'm happy to second it. So, Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly, just to commend the organisation for the compilation of this annual general report. It's obviously a very exhaustive document. It takes a lot of work. There's a lot of hands that go into putting it together. It's important for the community to be able to open up the pages of this and understand what the council is doing, what they've done, what they've provided, and that it's ultimately transparent and accountable in a way that the community knows where their council's been. And from year to year, annual general reports provide that narrative. So based on that, I think the only difference this year that I noted perhaps was that the councillors themselves weren't required to put in a report of their own, which some of us might have been happy about as such, but to those that did, to the Mayor, well done. And who knows, next year we might get a look in, but if not, it's a terrific report. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against it? Okay, you want to speak for it, or any other comments? Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, I just want to say that the report was quite extensive and there's a lot of work that's gone into it, but I would really encourage the community to read it because it really is quite uncomplicated. You know, it talks about things, where the money is spent, who we are, what we own, what we do. Talks about capital projects and things like that. But overall, it's a very transparent report, and it's really well worth reading. And I just think we've come through a really difficult time with COVID, and I think as a council we can be really, really proud that, you know, we prepare for the worst, but we come out celebrating our successes. And for us to be in this position is really, really commendable. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. All right, councillors, so we've got a mover and a seconder, so I'll go to the vote on this one. So all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, we're on to item 12.2, the Operational Plan 2021 and the First Quarter Progress Report. Over to you, Madam CFO.
Thanks, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the Quarter 1 Operational Plan Performance Report. The operational plan, councillors will be aware that it was adopted as part of the budget process for this year, and it essentially outlines the key priorities or key actions that councillors want to see undertaken in the next 12 months, and it essentially informs how the budget is then created in order to deliver on those actions. Through those budget workshops, councillors will recall that we're proposing a change in how we're reporting in previous years to provide a more comprehensive or a better understanding in terms of the progress for those projects. And there's 3 or 4 areas. So it's whether or not the actions are completed on time, how the budget is tracking, whether there's scope, so whether what we had set out to do is what we are delivering for those particular actions, and what risks, and if they're identified, and how they're being managed. So it makes the reporting on it a little bit different to previous years, and you can see that there is a table there that summarises out of the 118 actions, how they are all tracking against those various components. Also, to assist the councillors in understanding the performance, the summary for each of the corporate plan theme is also illustrated in the below. So those indices reflect the table up above. I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on the actions, noting that I'm certainly not responsible for delivery of all 118 actions. It's across the organisation.
Any questions, councillors?
Yeah, I think I can only observe that tracking depends on how many demands we put on the officers who are actually doing the work. And I think we must be already mindful. And I guess I have to be guilty in some cases because you see things that need to be done, as we all do, that we must recognise the priorities and the urgency of what we're proposing. So if we're tracking a bit slow in some areas, it's perhaps because some of us are a little overly ambitious in other areas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and all of this is a resource dependent too, Councillor Mather, as you would well be aware.
I said, Mr. Mayor, I'm probably guilty in some occasions.
If I may, councillors, can I also suggest that sometimes if an operational plan has nothing but green in it, perhaps you haven't aimed very high either. So you don't set the organisation up for failure, but at the same time, sometimes you like to have a little bit of a stretch in there. And as long as you do everything within your powers to get there, if you don't quite make it, so be it. But I'd rather see a bit of stretch in there than just all green, because we've made it very easy.
I agree totally, Mr. Acting CEO. Thank you.
Just a question, if I could, Mr. Chair. It's not so much perhaps within the operational plan, but it was in relation to the function of the duty planners at this point in terms of the COVID. They're still not meeting with the public. Is that correct, face to face? And is that can we get confirmation?
I'd have to take that on notice, councillor. I'm not aware of how the duty plan is currently operating, other than the fact that they are still operating, so the duty plan is still there, but how that interaction is occurring, I couldn't say.
No, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
All right, councillors, we have a recommendation to consider that the council receives the 2021 First Operational Plan Performance Report, September 2020. Councillor Bello, again, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move this one?
Oh, yeah, happy to move this one, Mr. Chair.
All right. So anyone prepared? Councillor Eastwood seconding. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Bello? Councillor Eastwood? All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one then. So all in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea. So we're just waiting on officers?
Well, I can do this one.
Okay. So we're at 12.3, the amended development incentives policy for reconfiguring a lot. Over to you, Mr Acting CEO.
So, councillors, this is a review of a policy that's already in place, which are around the incentives with infrastructure charging. It's associated with reconfiguring of a lot. Currently, it applies to developments over 5 lots, where it allows them to do a deferment via an infrastructure charge of the by infrastructure charge or infrastructure agreement, sorry, for infrastructure charge notices. It's too much infrastructure in there. Currently, it allows them, depending on the scale of the development, to either defer it by 2 years or upon settlement of the lot, whichever comes sooner. After a review of it and given the current climate, it was determined that we could go as an organisation to allowing this to happen to all reconfiguration of a lot applications. So whether it be 1 lot or 20 lots makes no difference. So the policy has been amended accordingly to allow any person undertaking a subdivision to have access to that deferment.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Makes absolute sense to me. Good morning, Erin. The Acting CEO has already spoken to the report. Yeah. So actually this is on 12.3, the incentives policy for reconfiguring a lot. Did you wish to speak to this report at all?
I'm happy to give you an overview. So Council, you have already in the past adopted an incentives policy whereby deferred infrastructure charges can occur for reconfiguring a lot development, allowing a developer to essentially push back the payment of infrastructure charges to a later date. This is another iteration of that, given current economic climate and some requests that have come to this table in relation to applying that incentives policy to a lesser number of lots than originally were adopted for it. So we've done a track change version for you, which serves as an attachment to this report. And what we're suggesting is instead of the cap being 5 lots, we can bring that down to 2 lots. And there's just a difference of payment time frame. So if you're doing 2 to 4 lots, we'd like you to pay the money within 1 year of the survey plan being issued, or whenever the developer ceases to be the registered owner of the lot, so when they sell it. And that's a really good catch point for us because we get people requesting certificates, so we know when properties are just about to be sold, so we can capture that. And then if you're doing 5 or more lots, you get 2 years in which to pay the money. So I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions, Councillor?
I have concerns with this one on a number of, I mean, it sounds good, and we're creating incentives for people to develop and increase the population, the rate base and everything else. I've just got concerns that we're in a buyer's market at the moment, and we are actually putting an extra load onto our staff, especially with the smaller.
Sorry, this is a question, Councillor. We're not in debate yet. Did you want to wait until debate?
No. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I will.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Any questions in relation to the report, councillors? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, I probably do have a question as I'm sitting here sort of thinking it through along the way, just in terms of the rationale behind the 12-month for the smaller subdivisions. That's what's been identified, a 12-month as opposed to 2 years for the bigger ones. Just in terms of sort of, I guess is the word equity? Is it, so we're rewarding those that are going to do a bigger subdivision with a 2-year incentive, those are the smaller ones with a 12-month incentive.
Through the chair, I guess in theory, the smaller your development, the less costs associated with it. So I guess letting you get on and get ahead with it a bit quicker, and they're quite straightforward generally. They also don't, in the majority of circumstances, require any new infrastructure works to occur, so we wouldn't have to be drawing on those funds from our trunk bucket of money to build anything. Yeah, so it's sort of a smaller development. We'd expect it to get rolling a lot quicker. Just out of interest too, we have had a number of developers where we have offered this, because this policy already exists to the extent as it was in place now, and they've declined to take it because they're ready to pay, they've got the money coming, and they're happy to just get it done and not have to, worry about any further payments down the track.
All right. Thanks, Erin. Any further questions in relation to the report? Okay, Councillor Mather.
Just a second thought, Mr Mayor. That happens all the time, I'm sorry. Had we thought about putting this on a trial for a number of years rather than have an open policy that it's contiguous? Have we given that consideration, that this is available for the next, say, 2 years, 3 years, to see what the take-up would be or what the complications may show up?
We haven't necessarily, but this policy is always available for review, and I think we're required to review it yearly. Not yearly, but we can review it on an as-needs basis, and we do tend to, I guess, we look at it in terms of what questions are we being asked from the development community. You've had a number of people come to this table seeking for this policy to apply to their subdivisions. We've had a look at it, we've weighed it up, and we're happy to bring this policy to you. Likewise, if there was something else, we could always take that to council as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, Councillor Hutton, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move this report? Okay. Okay, so move Councillor Hutton, the recommendation. Second, Councillor Eastwood. I'll just read the recommendation that Council adopts the amended development incentive policy for reconfiguring a lot, version 3, as contained in attachment 2. All right, Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report? Okay, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Just briefly, Mr Mayor, I just think this is a common sense approach. It shows that council are willing to listen to the community and their needs and requests. I think it's great for the smaller developer, particularly for the mum and dad developer. So, I'd recommend it to the table.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather?
I'm erring on the side of caution, Mr Mayor. I'm not so sure I've seen similar matters come to the table, and we've got ourselves into a lot of trouble and we ended up shafting them. I just don't want it to be a duplication or a similar outcome to that. So if you had if you were to do a small subdivision, say up to 5, you could actually effectively sell them off, and if you've got 12 months to pay, that debt could go to the next owner without the developer.
No, that's not correct, Councillor Mather.
I just need to have that clarified. Is that true? Because it said there before it would pass on to the next person.
No, that's not correct. I'll go to the officers for a response on that.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, the payment is, if you're talking about the small scale, it's upon settlement or within 12 months, whichever occurs the sooner. So if you sell the lot, then you have to settle the outstanding infrastructure charge. However, if 12 months passes and you haven't sold, then you still need to settle the charge. So it doesn't happen. The only way potentially it could, I guess, at the risk of complicating things, is if I have an approval, I don't do the approval, but I sell it to somebody else, then obviously the approval goes with the land, and if they choose to take up the development, then they can also choose to take up. So it passes to the next owner in that respect, but that's only if they then choose to do the development.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. I'm not sure whether Councillor Hutton has a comment, but my view on this thing is what we're doing here, and yes, we may be me being a banker for a while, but the long-term benefits, in my personal view, outweigh that, in the sense that we're growing our shire, we're growing our rate space, we're growing the facilities we're offering here through various forms of development. We know there's obviously community benefits to development, the way of parklands and other facilities that are provided as part of that. So my view is, whereas I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Mather, I have a slightly different view on that one. Councillor Hutton, did you want to add anything there?
The only thing I think would be relevant to add is to consider both where our local market is as well as where the international market is. So where the local market is, where we have such low rental availability, we have such low availability of land for residential development at in an immediate sense, and then correspond that with where we see the international financial markets, where the challenges people are finding in terms of getting access to cash and the liquidity necessary to do small scale or large scale developments, means that this is just, for some people, a further burden that could be a disincentive. What council's trying to do is make sure that where we have got the capacity to influence and provide any sort of assistance that's not ultimately to the detriment of our ratepayers, that we provide that assistance, and this is just one of those opportunities we've had. As has been spoken by the officer, we've had developers, small-scale developers, come in and ask for this. This council table has previously expressed a desire to provide that and has done so. So this is about making sure that, you know, it's not every application needs to be assessed individually and come to the table, but rather having a consistent process whereby everyone's treated fairly and equally, but also where they understand the expectations, and so that they are the same for all people coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else speaking? We've gone for, against. Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Friend?
I just have a brief comment for the planning and development team. We've often heard in the past, council never listens. Nothing happens. The frustration of those within our community and within those placing developments to our council. I'd like to thank our development team and planners for not just listening, but enacting upon what the people of our community and developers, mums and dads, have been asking for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Taking there's no speakers against again, so Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, just really quickly, I think this is a great opportunity for those smaller scale developers to just, you know, have a go. This is something they might not have been able to afford in the past. This is also going to help our housing accommodation shortage in the Shire. Let's just hope we can have, you know, those builders on deck to perform those and finish off the building, because they're super busy at the moment as well.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. Any other comments, councillors, before we go to the vote? All right, we have a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote, councillors. All those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. All right, we're on to 12.4, which is the Livingstone Planning Scheme 2018 Proposed Package 3 Amendments. And it looks like we're over to Liam Saxby. Welcome, Liam.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. As mentioned, this report is in relation to the Package 3 amendments to the Livingstone Planning Scheme. The report recommends actions to progress these amendments to adoption, and the details are outlined in the report. I think I'll just go through the commentary and the attachment 1, which is the preliminary consultation report, and then we can go to any questions and go through the recommendation after that. But obviously, yeah, with these amendments, you may expect they do take time, so it would have been a while since some of you we last addressed these items. So basically, the rules to do amendments and the process in accordance with the state government's ministers' guidelines and rules. And as part of the consultation phase, we have to consider every properly made submission. Information regarding the public consultation undertaken, consideration of submissions and recommendations on how we may want to deal with these. They were in that attachment 1. which I'll go through just after this. So just in summary, we received 13 submissions. Of these, 11 were considered properly made. 2 of them were not properly made. However, I've accepted them and reviewed them as part of the consideration of the matters. And I added those submissions to 21 signatories. So I guess there was a couple of family members who have done combined submissions. After consideration of the submissions received, only 1 change is recommended in response. After the internal review, there's 5 other changes that are recommended. None of these changes, in my opinion, result in the planning scheme being significantly different to the version that we put on public consultation, and consequently we do not need to go back out and advertise those. If we did propose to make changes that were significantly different, then we would have to go back out and put that to the community again. And following this consultation stage, we have to prepare and publish on our website a final consultation report, which lets the public know, I guess, how we considered their submissions. If everyone's happy with the responses in the preliminary report, the final report will be pretty much similar, just a little bit of change in language. And following this decision today, we can then progress the amendments to the Minister, requesting that they consider that we can go and adopt the proposed amendments. They'll consider how we've obviously done the consultation, whether we've done that suitably and how we've responded, and almost done after that. So we'll just get on to the preliminary consultation report. So the general effect of the amendments, for those who weren't aware, we updated some of the assessment benchmarks that applied to dwelling houses and dual occupancies. Amended categories of development, categories of assessment, and amended assessment benchmarks. So the categories of assessment is things like self-assessment versus code assessment versus impact assessment. And the assessment benchmarks are the criteria that we use to assess it, and those are contained in the planning scheme. And so the changes applied for different building work circumstances, clearing native vegetation, earthwork and building work when it was affected by storm tide hazards and flood hazards, and development where affected by our green break overlays. So there were some amended specific benchmarks for assessment in some of the codes, particularly those relating to setbacks of buildings and structures. So that's been an issue that we felt like we needed to address. We had some amended assessment benchmarks for development affected by the Scenic Amenity Overlay Code, the Coastal Hazard Overlay Code, and the Flood Hazard Overlay Code. And those were to address the changed assessment categories where we tried to make it self-assessable, or that was the old term, but accepted development. So that meant that the public or the certifier or the person doing the development can self-check for compliance rather than automatically requiring an application to council. There was amendments to a few zones. Most of those were just a name change from on council land from community facility zone to the special purpose zone. Community facility zone is mainly things like town halls, community halls, community buildings, childcare centres. Special purpose is more infrastructure type stuff. So those lots, similar colour on the map. So we just made an error when we prepared the scheme. There was one council's lot up at Ocean Crescent, which was formerly zoned medium density residential. Council was preparing some retaining wall rectification work along Gusmore Street, and in the process purchased that lot and the team on that project were happy for us to change the zone back to low density residential, because they were going to do some work which potentially allowed for its sale at a later date, and they felt that the zone would be appropriate. And there was a neighbourhood centre zone in the in the Keppel Bay estate, which at the time had an approval, but it's since lapsed, I understand, and since then the landowners have done a reconfiguring a lot to create 9 residential lots, so we're basically acknowledging the more recent development for residential. Update to some of the overlay maps and improvement to some of the definitions. So that's an outline of what the changes were. Consultation. The process is governed by the Minister's guidelines and rules. Based on consideration of how much we thought there was likely to be contentious or community interest in the issues, is how we tailored it. We pretty much did the stock standard basic requirements for consultation, and obviously COVID influenced whether we could go out and do any major information stalls and booths and whatnot, which you might do if you had more contentious matters that were getting changed. But yeah, you can see in the consultation section what process was involved. Submissions, as mentioned, 13 submissions and 21 signatories, and the items that were raised we've got in table 1, if you've got the copy of that. So we'll just go through these. So 20 of the submitters' signatories supported the zone change of the lot at One Ocean Circle from medium density to low density. There was no objections to that zone change. So the recommendation is that we progress that zone change as we had originally proposed. There was one submitter who raised a few items, and that was submission number 13. Oh, sorry, I've skipped one there. As a consequence of that zone change, one of the submitters highlighted that there was a figure in the planning scheme in the medium density zone which would have shown that lot with a higher height limit, because it's not actually, if we do make the zone change and we progress it, that figure will no longer be relevant to it. So they've said, you know, can you just remove that lot from that figure? And yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. It's basically the figure with those height limits on it no longer apply if we make that change, so we should correct that now. One of the submitters raised an issue with the lighting on headlands and turtle-friendly code. The turtle-friendly code the submitter's referring to is I believe it's a draft state government policy which seeks to protect or at least mitigate impacts on turtle nesting areas, and we have a few of those in the north of the Shire, and there's a few islands out off Emu Park and Zilsey. The state government, in its interest review, also flagged it as a potential issue that council may want to make changes at this point, but they still did highlight that it's only a draft policy. So for now, I think because there could be other impacts on other landowners and how we regulate development in the Shire, that we don't make any changes to the scheme as a result of that submission at this point. I think it needs to come back and get looked at more thoroughly and let the community consider the potential impacts of changing things like height limits and potential lighting impacts and things like that.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, to Liam, under this particular item, it says, despite this matter not being part of these amendments, the matter is noteworthy and further his investigation is worthwhile. So, the matter should be investigated further prior to implementing regulatory measures in the planning scheme. So, have any steps been taken to investigate further?
No, not yet, no. So I think, planning officers need to fully investigate what the policy is from the state, as they haven't even adopted it as a policy yet. It was just one department, I guess, highlighting that what their interests are and that we may want to do something. But yeah, I don't think making any changes right here, right now, without having considered all the impacts on the community. I think we need to gather more information and understanding before we make any changes on that issue. Wildlife corridors submission. Wanted to make sure that we're protecting our wildlife corridors and habitat areas, and it's a valid point. I don't think we were the only change we were really making or proposing to not the content and the assessment benchmarks in the scheme. However, we did propose to lower the assessment category for development when there was when it was consistent with the state government definition of I think that minor clearing work or exempt clearing work. They define it as exempt clearing work, and there's a range of circumstances such as essential clearing for bushfire, access roads, recovery after a disaster. So it had a set criteria. So that was where we proposed to align the planning scheme with the state definition. So from that extent, that's how we've changed our policy. But in terms of all the assessment criteria for new development that does trigger the planning scheme for an assessment, we haven't changed that. So.
Question, if I may, Mr. Chair, to Liam there. So just to clarify that, Liam.
Yep.
Essentially, the state overlays or state requirements is what becomes the accessible elements of. As opposed to say, without sorry to talk over, opposed to say what a local council decides is perhaps above what the state is saying. Was it that the state said, hang on, come back to what we're saying, that's what we want you to abide by?
No, it wasn't a council. It wasn't a. It was a council prompted decision.
Yep.
The state government vegetation rules. There's a definition in the planning regulation which is called exempt clearing work, and it has a list of items which, from the state government perspective and their policy interests, they were happy that the clearing could occur without the need for potentially, some assessments. But because local government still had the ability to form its own policy on whether to protect vegetation in certain circumstances, the state allowed councils to, I guess, make the call. Because there's two competing interests in some instances, protecting certain things from bushfire, which may involve clearing, or protecting the environment. So it's one of those state government interests which there's no right or wrong answer. It just depends on which way council wants to go. So we still have our overlays, which will pick up local significant vegetation. It's just that it will only pick up things that don't meet those specific criteria, which the state government was also using. So again, there's content I can give you, but it's things like essential clearing after a disaster. If an airport or some kind of major infrastructure needs to clear vegetation, the state government's saying, well, we're not going to look at it. So we're basically saying, well, there's probably no need for us to require an application in those sort of circumstances either. So there are still, it's not just a free-for-all, you can just go and do it. You really need to comply with the definition that the state has, and sometimes there's additional checks and balances as well. But yes, it wasn't directed from the state, but I guess it was after us considering the impacts and requirements after the bushfire impacts in the Shire. So for now, the recommendation is that no change as a result of that submission. The submitter highlight.
Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt.
you're right.
Just, so Liam, when you say no change, was the submitter asking for an extra layer of regulation, for example, timber vegetation clearing, and council saying, yes, we take on board your concerns and we are now going to insert that into these changes, or are we saying, thank you for your submission, but what we've currently got is sufficient?
Yeah, basically your last comment there. So the submitter hasn't gone into too much detail. They've just said, look, I want you to protect wildlife corridors. We believe we pretty much still are and will be. We're not changing any of our mapping and our proposed corridors. We're not changing how we assess things other than for those specific circumstances. So yes, we are changing matters, but I guess we think there's valid reasons and justifications as to why we may not want to require an application in those specific circumstances. So for now, we're proposing that we progress as we propose, as we had advertised, not make any. So the only option would be to pull back some of those criteria and then require an application. So that would be, the alternative. Same submission. The submitter, these criteria that were identified are some of those circumstances that were in the definition of exempt clearing work under the planning regulation. So the submitters expressed some concerns in relation to how clearing has occurred for development of power lines. They've made comments relating to after the cyclone and how some of the tree loppers were clearing in the submitter's opinion unnecessarily. They've also made a note of, they believe, the 10 metre wide maximum clearing, which is in one of those criteria, was too wide, and that urban clearing should not be exempted because they believe that urban areas are becoming like deserts. In response to those matters, I can't confirm or necessarily say yes or no that bad practices may have occurred following the cyclone, and potentially power line, when they're clearing for power lines, you'd hope that they're using best practice in terms of clearing and mitigating potential erosion impacts. So we're proposing to, again, align ourselves with what the state government's exemption is in those circumstances, and I'm saying that we should probably maybe give them the benefit of the doubt for now, and maybe we just monitor how they go about it. We could, like you touched on earlier, Councillor Bello, choose not to exempt these items, but the bad practice, even if we have the rule in place, if they choose to ignore it and undertake clearing without their permits, well, there's nothing we can do anyway other than I guess take some kind of enforcement mechanism on them. So yeah, we acknowledge that the concern, or I think we're acknowledging that the concern's there, and I think we really need to just give them the benefit of the doubt for now. And if the community does note that bad practices continue to happen if that is the case, I can't say whether it is or not, then maybe we could bring it back to the table and councillors can again consider whether that's an exemption, should be given. But for now, yeah, I'm tending to think, give them the benefit of the doubt. And if with the rule, if it was still a requirement that you cannot basically clear after a declared disaster, well, it basically means everyone needs to come in for an application to clear potential damaged trees or dangerous trees. So there are set criteria. It's not just you can go and do it. It's got to be a declared disaster situation, you know, posing potential loss of impacts on life or property. So there are, criteria there which I'm pretty comfortable with, and our NRM team are comfortable with. But yeah, basically the response I've got there is as written. And the concern with the residential and urban clearing, we haven't changed our policy on that, as mentioned, as a result of this. It will only be, we're not discriminating between the urban and the rural, it'll just be those circumstances where, like we said, essential clearing for management, bushfire, disaster clearing, things like that.
Through you, Mr Chair, to Liam. Previously, we saw issues laying on the table, and one of them was Councillor Hutton's notice of motion in relation to 1 for 2 trees regarding development. So if a developer was to take out 2 trees, that eventually they'd have to replant 1 for every 2 trees. So is that being taken into consideration in the future planning scheme?
Councillor, no, this process had commenced a year ago, so we weren't aware of that motion at the time. It could potentially impact. It depends on how that policy gets implemented once it progresses more. If the tree replantings are in road reserves or council controlled land, well then the landowners are not allowed to touch it anyway. If it's on their private land and it ticked some of this criteria, well, yeah, we wouldn't be able to stop them by the planning scheme development assessment process. Maybe there's other ways council could implement that, but and yeah, basically the urban, back to that last one, was the urban clearing. Just be aware that we did we did present a report about an urban bushland strategy as well last year. We had Ian Denley Consultants and come in and present potential for an urban vegetation protection strategy, not just based on environmental significance. There was other values that council may choose to use to rely on to protect urban vegetation. So that's not part of this amendment, but it's something that will come back in at a certain point, and I guess that might alleviate some of the concerns that the submitters raised about clearing in urban areas. So for now, the proposal is basically no changes as a result of that submission.
All right, thank you, Liam. Any other questions for Liam? Okay, Councillor Hutton, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move this one? Thank you. A seconder, thanks for this one. Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, so Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to it? No? All right, Councillor Mather.
No, I think Liam's done a very good job. Thank you for explaining all of those.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right, then we'll go to the vote on this one. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Liam. All right, so I think that brings us to the end of the ordinary meeting agenda. No? It's not on my list. Sorry. Morning tea.
Not like councillors, I'm going to push you through for another two, because whilst we're obliged to be here, there is a gentleman who's in the public gallery who has an item there, and I can't continue to sit through the whole meeting. He might be enjoying it.
And he might not, councillor.
And then I'll let you get
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Pretty believe it was the will of the table when they have a vote, not the permission of the CEO.
But it does revolve around when morning tea arrives, I think, councillor. Well, really, was it? Okay. All right. Can I just double check the agenda? I've got the open session. That's where mine ends on page 180. Oh, good, eh? All right, well, I probably need a break at some stage to catch up with this. Sorry? Yeah. So I've got the old agenda.
12.5.
Community organisation tenure. All right. Thank you. Right. Okay,
morning.
so this is 12.5 community organisation. Over to Craig. Thank you, Craig.
Good morning. The report 12.5 community organisation tenure brings to the table the request from 5 not-for-profit organisations, being Wairau Central Queensland Permaculture Group, the Capricorn Land Care Group, the NAG Broadcasting Association Incorporated, Australian South Sea Islander Movement Queensland, and the Ogmore Community and Recreational Committee. They are all incorporated groups. So the resolution seeks Council's support to issuing of the tenure agreements, and that is for each of the 5 organisations. And I believe it's, well, I know it's a continued support from Council, and I believe it's a necessary support that the community organisations rely upon. That's previously discussed at the briefing session.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Newsom. Any questions of the officer before we go to the debate?
I don't have any objection to these, Mr. Mayor. I'm just asking, were there any other not-for-profit organisations that were previously on our list who are no longer on our list? Yes, I'm not aware of any, but I mean, there are groups out there, but they may not be not-for-profit. They may just be sitting above water, that's all. Okay, if you could take it on notice, I'd be happy. Yeah, thank you.
I will.
Any other questions for Mr. Newsom? Okay. Councillor Eastwood, this is your portfolio. You'd like to move this one? Thank you. Seconder, thank you. Councillor Lynch. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, there's not much to say except that you know, our community organisations, our non-for-profits are the backbone of our community, and we should do what we can to support them, and this is just a due process to make sure that they have their tenures in place for the following year. So I support it with confidence, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking against the motion? All right. Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, as the previous speaker said, these are the backbone of our community, along with others who may not be not-for-profit. But we recognise that without these groups, we wouldn't be as rich as what we are. And there are so many people out there individually who are contributing to all organisations. And there was something else I was going to throw in too, but it seemed to have slipped me. But what I can say is that there is not a lot of money around out there. And the groups, any group, trying to raise money for a good cause finds it very difficult today because it's the same people who keep giving. So while we can assist in some small way, the outcome is quite large for mankind as far as giving goes. I think that's important. It's not all about the money. but it certainly helps to reach an objective for our community. So I thank all of these groups for what they do for us and other groups like them.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion or the recommendation? Councillor Lee?
Thank you. You know, renewal of these 10 years give our community security to develop and grow. As a council, we have an obligation to provide support to our community organisation who operate in our shire, and some have been operating for many, many years. Supporting strong community groups indicates a committed shire that's passionate to see these non-profit organisations flourish as they provide a variety of cultural, recreational and community activities that benefit our shire members. And for some, these organisations are their lifeline for everyday life, so it's great for mental health as well.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch. Well said. All right, councillors, we have a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Lynch. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're on to 12.6, and this will be the last agenda item before we have a morning tea break. This is a request for development application fee reduction over part of Lot 31 on Special Plan 183254, 31 Scenic Highway, Kinka Beach. And we'll go to Erin on this one. Thank you, Erin.
Thank you, Mayor. This report discusses a request from the applicant for a fee reduction for a proposed development application over the lot that the Mayor just mentioned. The specific approval sought will be a variation approval or variation request to override the planning scheme from the rural zone to the special purpose to a special purpose zone for retirement and residential care, as well as an environmental corridor and bushfire buffer precinct. There's a map on the screen which gives you the context of the lot in question, and the locality plan is attachment 1 in your report for a wider context. Council received a formal written request from the developer in relation to a reduction of development application fees, and the original request, whilst being made for 3 different applications. In discussions with development assessment staff, the application to be made is, as previously cited, the single application for a preliminary approval. So the applicant will proceed with that single application, hence we're dealing with an application fee in relation to the one application. The request, the application fee we have calculated is based on a concept plan provided by the applicant indicating development for 800 dwellings, 400 lots. So we've worked out the application fee and it approximates about $466,000. Despite the fact that this type of application will consume significant resources as part of the assessment, the Local Government Act provisions in terms of the fee which council can charge, and that must be based on a cost recovery. So officers have considered the request by the applicant for this particular application and agree to accept an application fee of $150,000. And this is based on that fact that some of the application components will have to be assessed by external parties, including specialist engineering assessments. The proposed fee represents a substantial reduction but will not result in council being left exposed to financial liability. The fee is approximately 30% of the fee nominated in the current fees and charges, and officers have reviewed a number of other councils, and we generally sit fairly middle of the line in terms of a fee of that nature being for that type of development. Likewise, council has previously made decisions on reduced application fees over the last 18 months which accord with this proposal put forward by officers. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Erin. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Erin. Thank you very much. Was the $150,000 a fee that council estimated as in lieu of the $466, or was it a fee proposed by the applicant?
Through the chair, the applicant sought a fee of approximately $80,000 to $90,000. The regulatory fee for this would be approximately $466,000, and we've proposed the fee of approximately 30%, which is $150,000. And we have discussed it with the applicant prior to taking this report.
Yes, and I guess the objective is that the council is not left carrying a shortfall if we've undercut ourselves, because these some of these applications can take a little more than what you expect when it all boils down. So thank you for that.
Correct.
Any other questions of the officer before we progress to debate?
Just one question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Question to Aaron. And the applicant is happy with that fee reduction?
We've had discussions with the applicant's consultant and we seem to have reached an accord on that fee. It's a little bit more than maybe they were seeking, but we believe it's commensurate with the assessment that officers will have to undertake, and they seem to be amenable to the fee.
Thanks, Aaron.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Hutton, this is your portfolio, so you're moving this one. Seconded, Councillor Bello. Okay, so we're in debate now, councillors. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to it?
I thank the officer for her explanation that she's provided for the community. I think it's really important that when the community hears such large numbers as, you know, beyond $400,000 as a fee, that they do question what it's used for and how it relates. And so coming to a situation where, based on concept plans, officers are able to drill down and identify potentially the true costs of the management of this process, it's really important that we identify that the goal is to ensure that councils does not run at a loss and does not have to cover the costs of providing for external advice or external experts to provide advice on this application. So $150,000 is the advice of officers in terms of this resolution, and on that basis I'm happy to support it, but wish to offer my thanks to the officers for going through a process of diligently reviewing to try and make the best outcome possible for the applicant, but more importantly for the community. Any development on that side is going to have benefits to our community in the long run. We have to make sure that that balance is there between doing something that meets an immediate need as well as balancing the future financials of the Shire, and I think it's important to have that balance there. Hopefully we've striked it right, and I know that there's people with much greater heads than mine who have gone into working out the formula that they're using to determine it on this place, and I think that's important for the community to understand, is that there's a formula that's been used to determine where we believe the costs are going to lie in terms of the work of officers. This is not an exercise in price gouging or an exercise in collecting money for the sake of filling the coffers of council, but rather a fee for service where we believe that the costs in managing this are going to require a range of facilities, a range of experts, and this fee will cover that.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just to add on to the comments from Councillor Hutton there, who certainly explained it exceptionally well, and there are further comments from Councillor Hutton in the business outstanding table where we have an outstanding resolution that we are working on, where we've called on council to prepare a discussion paper from officers, departments outlining the status of the residential housing market in Livingstone, inclusive of the current capacity, approval statistics, current incentives and any planned actions, opportunities Livingstone could undertake to increase capacity in supporting the growth and need for affordable residential accommodation in the Shire. Oops, sorry guys. I think this is an example, you know, with the aspirations of that resolution there was calling on council to look where it could incentivise, partner and be adaptable to the demands of our development community. And this is a sensible and reasonable, I think, a very reasonable outcome that where we've landed. So well done to those involved, and all the very best to the developer who happens to be here, I think, with us in the chamber. So, yep, very good.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Before we go to the vote, councillors, I'll just also, I suppose, echo the comments of Councillor Hutton and Councillor Bello, and through the officers to the developer. We obviously are very keen to work with developers whenever and wherever we can, but our overarching responsibility is to our community, and we have to make sure that our community is not out of pocket in terms of these types of development applications and how we process them. So that's been the consideration here, again, to the developer. And ultimately, you know, that's our overarching responsibility. So I just wanted to make that, echo that comment that the other councillors have made as well. So councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder, a mover and Councillor Hutton, seconder and Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Aaron. And councillors, can I have a resolution to break for morning tea, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor. Yeah, so it's a procedure motion thing, yeah. All right. Okay, welcome back to all the members viewing in on live stream, and we need a resolutions to resume from morning tea. Thank you, Councillor May. They're all in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, we're up to 12.7, councillors, which is the Community Voice Panel's terms of reference. And are you doing this one, Mr. Acting CEO?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, this is just an update to the terms of reference for the community voice panels. In effect, there have been 3 changes of substance. One is around membership that allows a little bit of discretion there for the portfolio holder in consultation with the Mayor and the relevant senior executive to have people come onto the panel at some stage during the 2-year appointment that we have. That just allows for some, recognising that sometimes people's circumstances change. Some people may find themselves unable to commit due to change in business or change in where they now live. The other part is changing the reporting mechanism so that instead of reporting to briefing sessions, the reports actually come to ordinary meetings. And the other change is, if you look in the terms of reference, there is now a section called responsibilities, and that just outlines some behavioural expectations for the panels, which gives yourselves, hopefully, the ability to keep the meeting in an orderly manner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Councillor Friend, I think you had a question you were going to raise?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Acting CEO. It says staffing implications, and the advisory committee is exempt from the requirement to take minutes of its proceedings. I do have a bit of an issue with this because as we'll all be chairing our own voice panels with approximately 9-10 people on each panel, then we need to bring back a report to the table.
Councillor, sorry to interrupt you. Is this a question?
Oh, yes, it's a question.
Right.
Is it possible that we can actually have someone take the minutes, even though the advisory says that it's exempt?
So, councillor, your attention is drawn to the staffing implications last sentence, where it says the Minister of Support will be provided to councillors within the current staffing levels. They will not be minutes as defined under the Act. They will be purely notes to come out of that panel discussion regarding what may have to be done by the organisation or by the individual people, but it will not be minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification.
All right. Any other questions of the Acting CEO in relation to this before we go to debate? All right. Councillor Bello, this is in your portfolio. Did you want to move this one?
Yeah, I'd be happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
All right, moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Lynch. Thank you very much. All right, Councillor Bello, did you want to speak to this one?
Just briefly, this is new territory for Livingstone Shire Council to undertake these community voice panels. And I guess with any sort of change or anything that's new, there's that level of sort of uncertainty or that little bit of perhaps anxiety about what the outcomes will be, but I'm really confident that within each councillor here, they have certainly more than the ability to make these things, these panels, really useful and an important element of a councillor's toolkit to really reach out to their communities and have their community involved in what council does and the direction councils want to take. So there's a whole range of things that that I could sort of add about this, but ultimately I'm just looking forward to getting them underway, and they'll form a sort of a life of their own. And 3 a year, I believe, is what's been nominated there. In some contexts, it doesn't sound like enough, but I recognise that that we do have a lot on, and ultimately that can be at the discretion of with each panel chairperson to meet more if they believe it's necessary, or to customise it in a way that is going to work for their members. So that's really I guess the positive about the flexibility of it. But it's critical that we do understand the boundaries and the limitations that the panels do need to operate under in terms of their governance. So I commend it to the table, and I really all the best for all of the councillors in their roles there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, but I would say that there was one person who really was quite insistent that they be on it, and they wanted to bring a friend, but I think there may be 10 already there. So I'm just saying and I feel that person would have a major contribution as well. So would if the case may be that we had 11 in my team, would that be a problem?
Probably a matter for debate rather than question, Councillor, if I can go to you after.
I haven't spoken with any of the other members.
Okay. All right, so we can go to debate, Councillor Mather, so did you want to pursue that comment a bit further?
Too sure. I haven't spoken to any of the people who may be on the panel yet, so I don't know whether they're confirmed. But I mean, I'm happy with 10, but this person was quite insistent that they need to be on it. So I thought.
I think it's pretty much up to the discretion of the portfolio holder on that one. Is the terms of reference specific on that, Mr Acting CEO? At this point in time, we've adopted the terms of reference. We're adopting the terms of reference. Try that again. But what I would suggest, Councillor Mather, is that rather than sort of put this on hold, perhaps if you could talk to the person concerned or some of your other members.
I just might be sure. I don't want to hold it up today.
No.
But I will talk to the others. I do believe this person does have a lot to contribute, and we'll see where we go from there.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bellew?
I guess just as the mover of this, I'm comfortable with a minor amendment if it was felt it was going to be beneficial to the, to the mechanics and the workings of it. Something to reflect it at the discretion of the chairperson of the panel. I think I've got 7 procedural to go and suspend standing orders if we're going to or need more discussion. I'm happy to do that if the table warranted it.
Well, you move the motion, Councillor, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to accept an amendment, or I'm happy to also move a procedure that we suspend standing orders to allow a little bit more discussion on this, because I think there is scope for.
All right, well, I'll take the movement of the suspension of standing orders, which is a procedural motion. All in favour? Those against? Councillor Hutton?
I'm just concerned that we've gone into debate prior to suspending standing orders. The councillor had spoken to the motion, the second councillor.
Yep. Right, so I'll take advice from the acting CEO on this one. So the process here, Mr. Acting CEO.
You had organically moved into debate, councillors. You can still suspend orders to have a discussion if you choose. I guess you just need to be careful about when you go from asking questions to moving into debate.
Yeah. All right. So we'll take the motion to move into to suspend standing orders, I beg your pardon, to allow debate. So we've got a successful resolution on that one. So it was moved, Councillor Bellew, and it was supported. So I'll just get a show of hands again, thanks. And this is for now move to suspend standing orders. Okay. All right. So carried. All right, Councillor Bellew. All right, I guess my comment is I've got 10 on mine as well, and you've got to draw a line somewhere. So I've drawn my line at 10. Some people will miss out, and unfortunately, in Councillor Mather's case, someone may miss out as well, and she's taken on board that she will discuss it with the people concerned.
Need to come back to ask for an amendment to the terms of reference. I'll need to do that, Mr. Mayor. So I think otherwise, I appreciate what the good deputy has stated, and I agree with that. I think it's up to the chair, and if anybody misbehaves, they're out, and you're back to where you started from. But I think most of us are pretty mature. We can deal with anybody who might be quite opinionated, We can deal with that quite easily, I'm sure. But I appreciate your comments. But, Mr Mayor, if I find that I can't go with less than 11, if that be the case, and I don't know at this point, I'll come back for an amendment to the terms.
All right. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
So, any further discussion on this one, Councillor? All right. Councillor Lynch.
There was sort of plenty of time for people to put their hand up to jump on these committees, and I agree, you've got to draw the line, otherwise then we take it to 12 and 15, and I think 10's a really good number. Going over that could just get a bit more complicated.
13 was a good number.
Yeah, the only contribution I'd make to the discussion outside of the formal debate is to think of getting obviously the right dynamic around that table, acknowledging that you've had a process whereby there were deadlines for people to put applications in, but also depending on the size of your group, depends on your capacity going to be in terms of working together collaboratively. You know, once you get too large, that collaboration becomes limited and it becomes more of a discussion or a moot point around how, you know, it's almost a bit of a feeding exercise of here's the information, then if you're lucky maybe 3 or 4 people get to have their say on it before you move on, as opposed to if you've got a relatively small group whereby you can actually have the time to invest. And it may mean that if you've got a larger group that you simply have to deal with less business or less items in any one meeting, in which case, as Chair, obviously, as you've said, Councillor, they're more than capable of, the people in this room are more than capable of making those decisions, but it's a conscious thing that, you know, the larger the group, the less speed you're going to have or the less haste you're going to have in moving through some of these things, or the less discussion you'll have if you need to continue to move with such haste.
All right. Thanks, councillors. Just as an aside, councillor, we just checked the list. You only have 8 on your group.
That makes me feel very good.
All right. Okay. So can I get a motion to resume standing orders, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. All right, so we're back in debate now, councillors. So we've had a mover and a seconder. We got anyone speaking against the resolution? All right, anyone for? Councillor Eastwood.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just a point, I believe that I am the portfolio holder for this, being community voice panels and having the community portfolio.
It cuts across governance as well,
Look, yeah, in our July meeting, Council adopted the terms of reference, and these minor changes make perfect sense, and I encourage councillors to adopt them.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. All right, councillors, we'll conclude debate on this one. So we'll go to the vote now. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconder in Councillor Lynch. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're on 12.8, the Rural Fire Levy Protocol Policy, and this is going to be presented by the CFO, Andrea Ellis. So over to you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'd like to present the revised Rural Fire Levy Protocol Policy. It's contained as attachment 1 to this particular document. This policy defines responsibilities and processes of everyone involved to support the levy and collection of the rural fire levy. Councillor is only allowed to put the levy through once the particular fire brigades meet certain criteria, processes and oversight as defined by the Queensland Fire and Emergency Service. So Council, this policy is to ensure that our processes align and marry up with those requirements of QFIS. This policy has been reviewed by the Area Director of the Rural Fire Services, as well as the Acting Executive Director of Livability Wellbeing and Council's Bushfire Resilience Officer. It is it's consistent with previous year policies, councillors. It was just due for renewal, revision, I should say.
Thank you, Andrea. Any questions of Andrea before we move to debate?
Only a question I have, Mr Chair. Just really clarification. So essentially this is about endorsing the current policy that we have, and the main mechanics of it is that for those brigades that are below the $10,000 threshold, is it, that they will get their audits done by council? Is that correct, Andrea, Madam CFO?
So the QFIS requirements are that if their income exceeds 5,000, then a qualified accountant must do it. Council does provide officers available for those that have annual income of less than 10,000. So if they are required and they do not wish to go to an external accountant, then we do have a number of CPA qualified accountants that can provide that service.
Just to follow up, so, and that's more or less the essence of what this is about. It's not so much how we collect the levy or what's the quantum of levies or such. It's really the logistics of the brigades meeting their requirement to audit their books as such.
Correct. So this is essentially the first step. So the power to levy those charges is through the revenue statement. So this is essentially the precursor to all of that, in ensuring that those brigades have all of the appropriate documentation, the governance oversight of their accounts in order to allow council to charge those levies on their behalf.
Any other questions of the CFO? All right, can I get a mover and a second? Mover, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, this is one particular levy that council does collect on behalf of an extremely worthwhile cause, and giving back to those rural fire brigades that give so much to our community, as came to the fore this last November, 12 months ago. So very rare do we hear anybody complain about paying this levy within our community, and it's something that it's wonderful that we should continue with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the proposed resolution? Anyone wish to speak for it? Councillor Mather.
Just to say, Mr Mayor, each brigade determines what its needs are and they cause their levies accordingly. They don't charge their people in their area any more than what they need to. If they want to put up a shed and it was only for a certain amount of money, they add that levy at that particular time and then go back to a lower levy. But each brigade is very mindful about people's ability to pay, but also the needs of the brigade to provide that service. So they only ask the people in their location to contribute what they need for that brigade. And each brigade is different depending on their needs, depending on the area, and depending on what equipment they already have. So it's not one prize fits all.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, have we exhausted discussion on this one? We'll go to the vote. We'll close debate. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're on to 12.9, the meeting procedures policy and councillor briefing sessions policy. Again, Ms Ellis, I think we're over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, you'd be well aware that we've been reviewing all of the policies in regards to the councils over the past year or so. This last round of changes was preempted with the further regulatory amendments that were passed in Parliament on the 18th of June. A number of those came into effect on the 12th of October. We've had King & Company review and provide some comments on the draft policies. King & Company also then came and presented and workshopped with councillors all of the proposed changes that are contained within this document. So all of these changes in regards to meeting agendas, minutes, and when matters can be considered in closed meetings in accordance with the change in the regulation that came into effect on the 12th of October 2020. We also had to await the revised model meeting procedures, and they came out not long after we held the workshop with King & Company.
Thank you, Andrea. And councillors, you will recall the visit from Tim Vines-Clinton in relation to this matter. Are there any questions of Andrea in relation to this? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, I've got a couple there. And there are probably more observations and hoping for perhaps a consideration to take them on board based on what I understood we were perhaps heading. One is the urgent businesses listed there within our meeting time scheduled to occur after the closed session. if I read that correctly, which my understanding is that we were, previously the council actually changed that, because that was the case in the last term of council, that we actually changed it to occur before going into closed session for the benefit of the media, if they were there, that they could be privy to that urgent business, as opposed to having to wait around for the closed session, which could be 1 minute, 1 hour. So if I could just get clarification, that was my understanding, that was the direction we were prepared to support. So the table of
Are you referring to 2.7, the order of business, Councillor Bello?
Yeah, if you can. I
Yeah,
probably
it
am, Andy.
does have,
Madam CFO, but I'm having trouble. There we go. Yeah, that's right, it is. It's got it, basically the last item on the agenda, the urgent business, as opposed to it appearing before we go into closed session.
So we can make that administrative change to 2.7
That'd be great.
because it is reflected correctly in 2.8.1.
Anything else, Councillor Bello?
There was one other, but I wasn't sure if anybody else wanted to. The other one was, we did have some discussion about the use of procedural motions and whether in our standing orders this table would consider some framework around how they're used and when they're used, primarily those so that they weren't used, for example, to prevent a person from at least moving their motion, then the procedural could be enacted, rather than I have seen previously where it's enacted prior to the person even being able to move their motion. And I don't believe that was in the best intent of our democratic process. So ultimately the person, I believe, should be able to move their motion first and foremost. Then if there's a procedural that doesn't want to be dealt with, or whatever the justification is for the procedural, I believe that's a necessary element, but not before the person's even had the chance to move the motion. Because otherwise you're basically just shutting them down before they've even had the chance to say a word.
If I could, councillors, I guess ultimately a procedural motion only ever has effect if the majority of councillors vote for it. So from the point of view of will it prevent a democratic process, well, only if 3 other councillors also agree with that one, if you consider that to be part of the democratic process. But I guess ultimately it's up to the councillors how they wish to go.
Yeah, and that's a very sensible and reasonable response to that, Mr. Bacon. I thank you for that. As I say, that would be my preference, but I recognise that the table still has the discretion as to whether we accept the procedural. So it's probably neither here nor there.
All right, any other questions of the CFO? Councillor Mather?
Not a question, Mr. Mayor, but I think as a member who would like to see that all members understand the drug and alcohol policy, if some stage we could go through that for our understanding as how it works, because I tried to raise it before Christmas last year and was told, no, we can't do it that way. So it became a very, well, how does it work then? So I'd like us to have a look at that.
Well, I might take that as a question to the acting CEO to bring it to a briefing session.
To bring it to a briefing session.
Just a sort of a discussion on the drug and alcohol.
Because it...
Yes, councillors, we can do that. The policy's been updated early this year. It includes you as well as the rest of us, but we can bring that back just as a refresher for councillors.
Yes, it was always intended to include councillors, always intended.
Yep. No. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, any other questions of the CFO before we go to debate? Okay. Councillor Bello, again, this is a governance issue. Did you want to move this one?
Yes, I'd be very happy to move this one, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm happy to second it. Thank you. All right, did you want to speak to it, Councillor Bello?
No, I'm comfortable with what's been presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I'll waive my right to speak. Anyone speaking against the proposed resolution? All right, We'll close debate then, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on this one. So we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in myself. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're on to 12.10, which is the External Audit Final Management Report for 2019-20. Over to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, this is the observation report prepared by the Queensland Audit Office in regards to the process and their findings from the 2019-20 financial year audit. Queensland Audit Office contract out some of their work on this because they not only audit councils but all other public sector entities in Queensland. Our contract auditor is Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu, and they are also our auditors for the 2021 financial year as well. So part of the legislative requirements, the Queensland Audit Office is required to present this particular report to the CEO and a copy through to the Mayor. The financial statements have once again received an unmodified or an unqualified audit opinion. That's a good thing for councillors, and that's identified in their audit report dated the 28th of October. The results of this audit has identified that there is one significant deficiency that was identified, and I'll just explain to the councillors the process of how that was identified, just so everyone is clear. Officers had disclosed a number of assets in the 1920 financial statements, and it wasn't until the review, the final review conducted by Deloitte in September, that it was identified that there was essentially three types of transactions or groupings of assets that related to previous financial years. All three disclosures had different reasons for that. So one was around developer contributed assets. There was an administrative error that those assets weren't picked up until the comprehensive revaluation for water and sewerage assets, and they went as far back to 2015-16 process as well. We'd also constructed some assets that we hadn't capitalised correctly, and we had also disposed of some assets that weren't correctly disposed of in the systems. Majority of those, all of them were identified through the comprehensive revaluation of our water and sewerage assets for this year. Because of the net value of that exceeded the materiality threshold of 1.7, so the net value of those three instances was $2.2 million, and that exceeded the materiality threshold of 1.7 million, we were required to restate the previous year financial statements. So if you refer back to your copy of the annual report, you'll see in the audited financial statements that there is a new restatement note in the statements. The 18-19 financial year will also have a wording at the top. It'll say that it's restated, and anywhere that there was an amendment to the previously audited 18-19 statements, there will be an asterisk and an additional note at each and every instance for each of those subsequent disclosure notes that there has been a restatement and the reasons for all of that. Now, in lieu of having one item that we had to essentially correct and restate, and the desire of the audit committee to explore and understand those issues in further details, I'll draw councillors' attention to the timeliness traffic rating. So the Queensland Audit Office have a standard suite of traffic reporting. They use this for all 77 councils and their entities, and they'll accumulate these into a report that generally goes before Parliament in February. The council received an amber rating for timeliness, and that's because the QAO received the certified statements on the 28th of October. We were originally on track to submit those to the QAO on the 12th of October, which would have met the criteria for a green rating. However, as I mentioned before, the request from the Audit Office to understand it in further detail, we deferred that until the Audit Committee had their meeting later that month. The quality, we went from a green rating to a red rating, and that is, as I mentioned before, the restatement requirement, so it exceeded the materiality threshold, and therefore we had an amber rating. A year-end close process is still continues to receive a green rating, as does our control environment and risk assessment. Of particular control activities, as I mentioned, it is one significant deficiency in regards to the completeness of the asset register. I also like councillors to note that it is the only deficiency that we have at all. So that's actually a fairly good outcome for council. and continue to receive green ratings for the effectiveness of our internal controls for both information communication and our monitoring controls. The assessment of our financial sustainability remains at an amber rating, and it is largely in relation to the asset sustainability ratio, which continues to be below the target threshold of 90%. I know that's a lot of information to take in, councillors, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about this particular report. I would also like to draw councillors' attention to the total external audit fees. So the audit was done completely remotely this year, which had its positives as well as had some challenges. So council did have some savings in those audit fees. So it's what we'll pay is $20,000 less than what we had estimated or provided as the estimate from Queensland Audit Office for that, which is significantly less than what we had paid in previous years.
All right, thank you, Madam CFO. I guess one question I had in relation to this before I go to the other councillors is, and it's not necessarily a criticism, I'm just sort of thinking, well, you've outlined the reason for the material restatement of the previous year's financial statements. I guess I'm just interested to know what processes have been put in place to ensure this doesn't happen again. It's one thing to make the mistake, it's another thing to make sure it doesn't happen again.
So I'll draw councillors' attention to on page 305. So this is in regards to the significant deficiency. So it'll have the Queensland Audit Office, their observation and implication, their recommendation, and council's response. So essentially, there's two actions that we will take, and then one of those is to improve our processes around contributed assets. We have implemented a number of controls since that was identified, and new controls that will be proposed is their improvements to the notification process to ensure that they're tracked, monitored and reported on regularly. There will be a post-end of financial year confirmation process to ensure that any developments that become on maintenance or on defect are coordinated through the development assessment team as well as the coordinator of assets. And the coordinator of assets will also comprehensively review all of the work papers and supporting information prior to loading into, prior to processing. In regards to the completeness and the accuracy of the fixed asset register, this will also align with some work that is being followed on from the internal audit conducted on the infrastructure projects finalisation. So there's some additional work that is extending upon those audit findings that will address some of those matters. There was also going to be a standing item on the agenda for the Audit Risk and Business Improvement Committee where more detailed information will be provided to them on the progress of data cleansing, verification and the revaluation process, because essentially that is where those three areas where those the completeness improvements will be identified, but it's not just one action, it'll be a number of ongoing actions. We have over $1 billion worth of assets, gross value of our assets on our books, and it is quite extensive process to do a comprehensive revaluation for each of those asset classes every year. So it'll be a process of change and improving the oversight as afforded by the Audit Committee.
Thank you. Any other questions for the CFO? Councillor Mather.
Just one question. Andrea, this, and members, this was the one I was making reference to this morning and couldn't find in relation to that one. Andrea, can you just explain to me, and the others probably would find it interesting, the 1.7 and the 2.2, how, just explain how they join up, please.
So the 1.7 is the materiality threshold set by the auditors at the commencement of the audit process. That was revised in 1920 down from, so they've used a different methodology for 1920. So in 1819, the materiality threshold was set at $9 million. So
what do you call materiality?
So if any adjustments to the financial statements, so when we provide the auditors with a draft set of financial statements, if there's, and that is what we're saying is a true and accurate record, that's what we're committing to, the auditors then go and audit that set of financial statements. If they find any differences, the cumulative or the net value of all of those changes, if they exceed that materiality threshold, that $1.7 million, then it results in a different way that it is either reported or disclosed. So if those adjustments, for example, had been less than $1.7 million, Council could have chosen not to restate the financial reports for 1819, but as they exceeded the materiality threshold, it resulted in a significant deficiency because of the value, and because we had to restate the previous year financials. So it is essentially a guide on how to treat some of those adjustments that are identified through the audit process.
So that then becomes the 2.2, is that?
The 2.2 is the net value of those adjustments that we had to make.
Okay. This is clear as mud, but I'm getting there. Thank you very much.
If I could just ask a question following on for that. So Andrea, there's a tipping point effectively where if it was 100,000 or 200,000, it doesn't require the materiality to be sort of retrospectively recorded. Is it kind of the terminology?
Yeah, absolutely correct. So if the so then they have another threshold, and this one is in regards to material misstatements. So if it exceeded $80,000, then it would also have to be included in the audit report. So essentially, any corrections under $80,000, they're considered not to be material to the information that we're presenting as part of the financial statements. So between that $80,000 and 1.7, council can choose to how it might wish to either correct or not correct the current year or previous year statements.
One more then, so the annual general report, for example, that we've just endorsed. It's on. Yeah, I've got it on. Thank you, Councillor Mather, for your concern though. So that annual general report we've just endorsed, would it have recorded the up-to-date change? Yep. Okay.
Correct. The annual report includes the audited financial statements, and they included the restatement of the 18-19 financial year.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Bello, this is your area again. Happy to move that one. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All right. Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the report?
The only comment I've got is I'm encouraged after spending time with the CFO in discussing this and describing it in a way that I can understand that whilst it's not an ideal outcome, it is something that, and even one of the internal auditors of Arabic commented that this is a constant struggle for many organisations of, on a big scale to grapple with, and it's not a foreign error that we see here at all. And they were encouraged that council had picked up the error, I guess, for want of a better word, and we're not trying in any way, shape or form to conceal anything, but we're actually forthcoming with, okay, we have an issue here, and they've identified it, and we're looking to try and ensure that it doesn't happen again. So from the auditor's perspective, on the Arabic, they were encouraged with the behaviour and actions of our staff. So I thought that was certainly comforting for me, who, a bit like Councillor Mather, as you said, it can be a bit muddy at times, but ultimately to hear them comment on it was positive. So that's about it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right. So for Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it? All good. Okay, we'll close the debate, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on it. So all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Which brings us to 12.11, the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of October. Over to you again, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending October 2020. Overall, council continues to deliver an operational surplus, and it is essentially with two factors. So, operating revenue is essentially on budget. It's just slightly ahead by 1%, and operational expenditure is below budget by 6%. I have reviewed we don't do full monthly accruals for all of our expenditure items. I did spend some time this month looking at all of the committals. So we have about $14.1 million in just operating expense committals. And there's only a couple of $1,000s that relate to a previous financial year. So to me that indicates that Our officers have done some data cleansing around those purchase order committals, and those committals are in relation to this financial year. So on a whole, that would indicate that operating expenditure is still on track for the full year budget, and we still have some opportunities for improvement in that monthly accrual process. Our performance indicators are all on track within the adopted targets, except for the asset sustainability ratio, and I'll talk a bit about that in a few moments. I'll draw councillors' attention to, in the attachment, Table A, the monthly summary of revenue and expenditure. Interest is the only area of concern that I have at this point in time in regards to operating revenue. It is significantly down, and with the cash rate being, I think it's 0.1%, it is unlikely that we will achieve the adopted budget target for this year. We are including a revision of that in the Q1 budget review process to offset that. Materials and services, as I mentioned, is under budget, but I am encouraged by the fact that the committals that we have in the system are related to this current financial year. Capital grants are slightly behind our year-to-date budget, and we're working with project managers to better understand those key milestones. For that, the great news story on this particular table is in regards to developer contributions. We've already exceeded the annual budget for developer contributions this year, and we are certainly encouraged by that level of activity. We will be monitoring that for the rest of the year. We will make a proposed amendment in the Q1 revised budget to accommodate for any additional revenue that we receive for that particular one. In the summary of assets and liabilities reports, councillors might be wondering what contract liabilities are. There's a change to accounting standards last year, and essentially any grant revenue that we receive in advance or any prepaid rates are recognised as a liability until the underlying obligation is satisfied. So for prepaid rates, that means when we go into that next rating period, we then can release that into revenue, and the same for grants and subsidies. So the majority of that contract liabilities is essentially grants and subsidies that have been prepaid, and until council satisfies those underlying milestones or obligations, we will then journal it from a liability back into revenue for all of that. In regards to our capital expenditure, we are behind in our capital spend overall. We have a monthly portfolio governance group meeting where we sit down with all of the project sponsors to get a better understanding of the progress and identify any issues or concerns that they have to ensure that the delivery remains on track for this year. From that information, project sponsors are telling us that 74%, and that's 204 out of the 272 projects expected to be delivered this year, are on track for delivery this year. 32 projects have either been practically or financially complete this financial year, and 156 projects are in various stages of project planning or construction. So a lot of those will also be the projects identified as being on track for this financial year. As I mentioned before, in regards to our investment returns, the cash rate in October was 0.25, and in November it was 0.1%. Our general banker offers 0.5% above the cash rate. The QTC are currently offering a more competitive rate. So in November we moved the majority of our funds back with QTC to sort of maximise those investment returns with those individuals. Reading through the RBA statement, they're unlikely to increase that cash rate for about 3 years or until the actual inflation reaches the target range of 2 to 3%. So we're not going to see any huge increases in those investment return rates in the near future. In regards to our debt position, so council be aware that we've no plans to borrow new debt this year, and we continue to repay in quarterly instalments. We charge interest monthly, but we do the repayments quarterly. Officers are reviewing the various free financing options as per the state offer made in September, and those will be discussed with councillors as part of the Q1 budget review discussion at the next briefing session. Accounts receivable, the total value outstanding is slightly higher than last year. This is predominantly in regards to that we haven't made any referrals to Collection House. We haven't triggered those that legal recovery action until this month. What we have noticed in previous times when we have delayed that referral process is that it does exacerbate the problem for some people, despite officers exhausting all of the options, including the hardship policy process with ratepayers. So it's essentially until we engage the external debt recovery agent that people then either make arrangements or proposals to pay with councillors, or then pay those debts down. Property sales continue to be 200 more than the comparable period last year. So we've undertaken 741 ownership transfers compared to 540 for the same July to October period last year. And our percent of spend within the Shire remains fairly consistent with previous years, with 27% of spend within, of all of our procurement spend within businesses located within the Shire boundaries. So it's 60% overall within Central Queensland. Happy to take any questions from councillors.
Thank you, Madam CFO. If I can just, pardon me, home in on my usual hobby horse around capital expenditure. Pardon me, do you have any concerns about how CapEx is tracking at the moment?
Some of the concerns that have been identified and risks raised by the project managers has been around resources in terms of project managers to deliver the projects. So the budget was developed on the premise that we would have people to be able to deliver those projects. Project managers are quite a rare breed to find and attract to our council. So that's probably the one risk area that we that's coming out at the moment for that. So because we had over half of our capital program externally funded as well, so that's my other concern, that where we were expecting the cash money to come in to offset the capital costs, that will all be deferred for projects. We are working with our project managers and sponsors to understand, even at this point in time, what are the likely projects that will be extending over the end of the financial year. So we're trying to work with the project managers to get a better understanding of what those cash flow requirements are. On the other hand, our cash balance is quite positive at the moment, so we can absorb some of those peaks and troughs with the capital expenditure at present, but that's also under the guise of getting those external funds in for those particular projects. Some of those projects have grant funding that the projects need to be completed by 30th of June, and particular attention is being paid on ensuring the delivery of those particular projects by 30th of June 2021.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And just for the members of the community streaming in on live stream, the issue for council in terms of capital expenditure is delivering, essentially. Now, there's lots of comment from the community about, well, why don't you go to external contractors? Well, we can do that, but ultimately we still need an internal project manager within council to supervise the external contractors. We can't and won't just simply relinquish community funds, ratepayer money, to a contractor without having oversight on that. The difficulty we have at the moment within council is attracting project managers, and we have a shortage within council. There's a shortage within Central Queensland. There's a shortage statewide and nationally, as I believe. And of course, within local government, we compete with some of the bigger companies that can potentially pay more money in the way of salaries to project managers. And locally, we compete with the mines, for example. And the mines, as far as we're informed, are also screaming out for project managers. So it's one of those issues, and it's one we're closely monitoring. But it's not just as simple as saying, well, you can go to external contractors to get the work done. Yes, we can do that, but we need someone within council to provide that oversight as well. Any other questions for the CFO?
Not questions. Two things, Andrea. We're talking about capital expenditure. You raised that as well. My last portfolio meeting, it was conveyed to me that it might look like we haven't spent much, looking at the dollars and the graphs. It might look like we haven't spent much so far. We're well into the year, but we should be able to catch up on those and get them all completed, weather-wise, all going well. So whether we're short of project managers or whether we're short of graders or whatever the case may be, I do know we're behind with our gradings, and I do know the quality of the work is a little bit to be desired, and that's something I'm going to deal with separately. But yes, I've been assured that the work can be done in that time. But then again, I think it's subject to, as you say, project managers and weather permitting as well. So I guess it's something we have to keep a very close eye on where we're travelling with that. The other thing, Andrea, you mentioned the asset sustainability. You were going to touch on that, or did I miss it? It was at the table 7, table 8 you're talking about?
Yep, sorry, yeah, I did mention that I was going to go back to it and I didn't do that. So in order for council to achieve the target ratio of 90%, it would mean that we would need to have spent $6.6 million year to date just on renewal expenditure, and our full year budget for that is $8.3 million. So essentially the projects that councillors have adopted for completion this year, it's heavily skewed towards new and upgrade assets rather than renewal expenditure. So out of the full year budget, $33 million is proposed to be spent on new and upgrade or new assets, and then only 8.3 against renewal expenditure. So if we're to achieve the 90% target, then there needs to be a prioritisation of investment of renewal projects rather than construction of new assets. Unfortunately, grant funding isn't always skewed to help council deliver renewal of existing assets.
Yeah. I think I'd like to tap into that just for clarification, because not being an accountant, it's a maze really for people who are not used to dealing in that area. And to be clear on this, I think I'd like to, unless other members like to be included, and I think I mentioned this last meeting, that we really need to understand it fully to see how we can make our decisions. So if that's possible, Andrea?
Yes, I was just speaking with the acting CEO at the break around looking at options to provide councillors with some additional training in understanding financial statements. I can certainly do it, but there is a whole, it would take more than just 20 minutes or more than an hour at a briefing session to facilitate that. In terms of the calculation of the asset sustainability ratio, on the last page of the monthly financial report, there is a glossary. So essentially the definition of the asset sustainability ratio. So what you're looking for is of depreciation, which I think this year is around $22.2 million. So you'd want 90% of that to be spent just on renewal of existing assets in order to achieve the ratio.
90% of 2.2 million.
22.2.
22.2. 90% of that to be spent on renewal assets.
Correct.
Okay. If you give it to us in little bites like that, we understand it.
But also, if I could, Mr. Chair, to Madam CFO, so examples of renewal type assets, could you provide some of them just to give it context, I guess?
Yep, the resheeting, for example, of roads, grading of roads, so the assets that we already have, any capital work that we do on that to maintain the adopted service levels would be an example of that, as opposed to construction of new facilities. So if you're changing a road from a gravel road to a sealed road, that's a new asset that wasn't previously there. Even though the road was there, it's a different type of asset for that. Construction of new pathways, new buildings are all examples of new assets. If you are increasing the capacity of an existing asset, that's also new. So if you're having a higher level of service, that difference is considered the new portion. So a lot of our assets will be split between new and renewal as well. So we do, through the business case process, do go through all of that with the project managers just to make sure we are correctly identifying what's a split between new and the renewal portion of our capital projects.
So that means that once we have a new project, like Green Lake Road, it's gone from gravel, or part of it, to sealed, that's a new asset or different asset.
The sealed section will be
Yes.
recognised as a new asset.
Yes. So that means that the depreciation needs to be increased, or the funding for the depreciation needs to be increased to match up with those new assets. Am I right?
The depreciation depends on how that asset is consumed. So if a sealed road, for example, has a longer asset life and requires less intervention, then its depreciation might actually be less than a gravel road. So we will go into depreciation is it's very complex.
Yes, the whole thing's complex, but you kind of get it a bit at a time. Yeah. And I guess if you put up a new sewage treatment plant, you wouldn't need depreciation sort of probably for the first couple of years. Would that be correct?
As soon as the asset, just like if you drive a car out of a sales yard, it starts to lose value. So it's the same whenever council constructs an asset, it will start to depreciate. There's all different types of deterioration curves, and depending on the useful life, the various components also. So roads aren't just one asset, there are a number of different components of the asset depending, and it's broken down into lengths and widths, and each of those are all, the depreciation for all of those various components are all calculated separately. Which makes, then you can sort of understand the other end when we have the comprehensive revaluation process where I think there's several $100,000 line items just for the roads, drainage and bridges reval, that it's quite a complex process to go through and validate all of that information.
Well, thank you. With that, we look forward to the briefing session to polish it off. Thank you.
All right, thank you, councillors. So we've got the recommendation, councillors, that we receive the report. So can I get a mover and a second, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All right, so Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the report? All right, Councillor Eastwood? No? Okay. Anyone speaking against? Okay. We'll go to the vote then, councillors. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. All right. Thanks, Madam CFO. Right, so we're going to questions on notice, councillors. I've enlarged my page to about 150%. It's rather big. So we have a couple today. So we'll go in order of presentation. So we've got, first of all, Councillor Friend in relation to Keppel Sands, and there's two questions posed by Councillor Friend. Did you want to talk to those, Councillor Friend?
Certainly, thank you. Questions on notice. When we attended the resident outreach at Keppel Sands a couple of weeks ago, I was approached by actually numerous residents wanting to know how much council spends within Keppel Sands and their area. It would have been quite easy for me just to send an email requesting this information. However, on reflection, it's very important that those watching this live stream, those who will watch it at a later date, and the residents of Keppel Sands have the opportunity to see that we are progressive in our transparency, and therefore I've placed these questions on notice in this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Okay, councillors, we've got the motion. We might just go straight to debate unless there's any questions of Councillor Friend first. So, Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you would like to move this one. Okay, I'm happy to second this one. So, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
No, I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just said what I needed to say.
All right, thank you. I'll waive my right to speak to it as well. So, councillors, any further debate around the matter? Councillor Mather?
I'd just like to flag, I appreciate the good question and good notice, Mr. Mayor, but I think if we're going to be looking at the smaller communities receiving funding, I think we need to look at all of Shire, because there are some areas that are probably undernourished as well.
I think that'll probably come out of many of the resident reach programs or visits, Councillor Mather. You're right.
I know. We love them all dearly, Mr. Mayor.
There's a question, if I may, Mr. Chair, if that's still permitted within our standing orders, which I believe it is.
Well, yeah, we've gone into debate, Councillor, so
yeah,
it just... Yeah, wait.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the latitude there. I was probably to our, not probably, but to either the CEO or the CFO, in terms of the complexities of being able to narrow down and itemise the expenditure on a particular community. How, not so much looking for excuses as to how difficult it is, but is that quantifiable given the, the broader expenditure that goes where it could overlap? So I suppose I'm just looking for some clarity around how achievable that is.
Can I potentially jump in here too?
Thank you.
And I'm not admonishing Councillor Friend, but this one may have been better resolved or sorted just by a direct question to the CEO, acting CEO, to get the information and then just pass back to the community. But anyway, we're dealing with it as a notice of motion at the moment. All right, your question, Councillor? Okay.
So, short answer, it's quite complex. We don't track and capture the information at suburb level or locality level for the purposes of our financial transactions. If, for example, the capital expenditure is a little bit easier because we do need to note the location of where that investment has taken place, but operational expenditure, unless it has a specific cost code, like in terms of specific events, will have a unique identifier to capture that information. That will be easily identified. But in terms of operation and maintenance of our assets, that information, our systems, it's an opportunity for an improvement within our systems to have that information flow through from our asset register to be able to report by locality, but we don't capture the information. It can be done, but it is quite a time-consuming and very labour-intensive exercise to trawl through thousands of work orders to identify the locality of where that expenditure was incurred.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, it can sometimes be difficult for people to also make the nexus between a project and a locality. So, say for example, the Rockhampton to Yeppoon water pipe is a major piece of infrastructure, which immediately people may not think in Emu Park or Keppel Sands that that's of any benefit to them, when in actual fact that water helps and feeds through to those communities. So that's a body of work with a high price attached to it, which doesn't necessarily appear immediately in that community. So it's also understanding that there could be works done downstream, whether it be the water pipe, whether it be upgrades to treatment plants, or whether it be roads in some location, that actually helps with a community, but it's not necessarily within that locality of the community. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO, and councillors and members of the community. I apologise. My fingers did the walking. I jumped straight to 13.3, so apologies if I've confused anybody there. We'll just continue with this one though and go back to 13.1. So the recommendation, councillors, is that the question on notice be received and a report providing a response to the councillors' questions be presented to a future council meeting. Any further debate around this one, councillors? We've got a mover and a seconder. We'll go to the vote on it. So all in favour? Those against? Okay, so we've got, did you watch your votes recorded, councillors? Okay, all right. Carried. Thank you, Justine. All right, so back to 13.1, councillors, and this is the proposed recommendation here is that council resolve to amend the payment fee for more than permitted number of animals of cats from 259 annually to 259 biennially. So, Councillor Friend, this is your motion. Would you like to speak to this one? Or?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, we might go to mover and a seconder first, if that's okay. So, moving Councillor Friend, seconding Councillor Mather. Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been approached by cat lovers across our shire. These people, those that are responsible, do the right thing. And if they have more than two animals, more than two cats in particular we're talking about today, not dogs, cats, then they undertake an application for a more than permitted number of animal permit. And at that time of application, it's $259. And that allows our local law officers to visit their premises, inspect the premises, and make sure everything's fine, that they're able to own more than the legislated amount of cats, so which is 2. These people, there are 6 cat licences within our Shire, 101 specified animal permits across the Shire, but out of that 101, only 6 people are the responsible parties in doing the right thing. They own more than the 2 cats. And some of these licences have 3 cats. So they've gone to pay their renewal fee, and they've realised that they thought it was going to be biennial, which means every 2 years, as our dog renewal fees for more than permitted number of animals for dogs is every 2 years. But these 6 people who have these licences across our whole of Shire must pay their $259 annually. And they're feeling that they're being penalised for doing the right thing by council, and they're quite happy to pay the fee. They're not against paying the fee. They would just like it brought back into line with the other more than permitted animal fees for dogs every 2 years instead of every year. And this is why I've put this notice of motion through, so that it can be resolved for these people who are doing the right thing, and perhaps encourage others, because I'm sure there's more people within our Shire that own more than 2 cats. Encourage others to actually undertake the correct process and obtain a more than permitted number of animal permit for cats. In saying that, I commit this to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the proposed resolution?
Question, if I could, Mr. Chair, to the CEO, I'd like to know what the organisation's justification is for the current policy, as to why the difference, and is there an explanation for that justifies the difference? Thank you.
Through the chair, the justification is purely historical. The only reason why dogs went to biennial a couple of years ago is because a councillor moved a motion expressly about dogs. So, continues on.
If I could just follow up, so it's not about the different level of governance that's required or regulations required over the different species in terms of the problems that they may present to the community or the challenges that they present to the owners?
No, recognising that obviously it's much easier to do a head count of dogs than it is of cats. And cats, or dogs generally speaking, stay within the area that they're supposed to stay in. But no, this is not connected directly to those.
All right, Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to the...
I'd just like to thank the council for bringing this to our attention, because it certainly it's inconsistent as far as animal control goes and charging. I don't think you've seen the end of the dog one either, Mr. Mayor, but if you remember recently I've submitted at the end of a meeting as urgent bits, which it really wasn't, but it was important to the landowner on something exactly like this. It's been going on for quite some years, and no doubt we'll need to have that back to the table. But I think this whole animal control thing really needs to be looked at again to make sure that they're consistent and that we're fair in distributing our laws. Well, when we put them together, we mean well. Certainly we mean well. But sometimes in our goodwill, some of these things do become inconsistent, and our officers don't always pick them up straight away until something comes up. And we're just very grateful that they are brought to our attention so that we can rectify them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments or questions, councillors, on this one? I just do have one issue myself. We'll go to Councillor Mather, Councillor Hunt in a minute, thanks. Just in terms of the wording of this, we're talking about amending the payment fee for more than permitted number of animals, of cats, from $259 annually to $259 biennial. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, I'm sorry. Biennially is a word, but you can't, that implies you're going to be charging $259 twice a year to me. That's the way I read that.
Biennial is 2 years.
Every 2 years, I beg your pardon. Yeah. So you're charging $2.59. Oh, okay, I'm with you now. All right. Yep. Biennially, yeah. Yep.
That's only, just clarify, it's only
Yep.
per cat.
Yes, that's right. Yep. All right. No, I'm with you now. Thank you. Just clarified that for my little brain.
Yeah, I am concerned to think that we've had this lack of parity in the system, but understanding that when it came about, the discussion around the number of dogs, and in particular council of the past sought to deal with it through moving to the biannual fee as opposed to an annual fee. I feel that we do need to address this and do need to resolve it. My only question mark would be the benefit of this council table in having some information from the officers around the cost. Only in that I'm aware that when the last table dealt with the issue, that there was a report that spoke to the fact that officers at that time did not believe that $259 biannually would cover the cost related to the services that council officers were providing in relation to the dogs itself. So I fully believe that should it come up that I'd actually support this motion, resolve to create equity in parity for it, but I do wonder if there's a benefit in having us get some information from officers prior to making a decision on this, just to make sure that councillors are fully aware of the consequences, so that we can't in 10 months' time find out that we've done something that is a cost to council based on a report that doesn't actually speak to cost, because there's no way for the good councillor to know what those costs are. So that's my question, I suppose. Well, my comment is that while I support the intention, I wonder if maybe we should seek some further information from officers, just to make sure that we understand the financial consequences, so that we're making something with our eyes open in regards to this.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Well, taking Councillor Hutton's comments into mind, I'm just wondering whether the mover and the seconder might entertain an amendment to tack on to the end of that with a report on the likely cost implications brought back to Council prior to implementation of the resolution.
Mr Mayor, I don't think we can just confine the report for this motion when the same applies to the dogs.
No, I'm not saying we're not doing it, Councillor Mather. I'm just sort of saying we're adding a little bit on about getting a report back about the likely cost of this to the community. I'm not saying we won't do it.
Because I think we're looking at this in piecemeal. This is part of a big picture that we're not properly addressing. I don't have a problem going for a fee. I'd like to know what the fee consists of, what they do for the $259. I'd like to know what they do for that, because a lot of these people never see them again.
Oh, I'm with Councillor Hutton on this one, though. I'd like to know what the cost implication of implementing this is going to be for council as well.
Well, maybe we could have a separate motion that covers cats and dogs.
If we're looking for a pathway forward, is it worthwhile laying this on the table till the next meeting of council to allow for a briefing session report to give some background, and then we can deal with this and we've had that information and benefit?
Good suggestion, Councillor Hutton. Are the mover and the second are happy for this to lay on, or
we need a procedural motion.
We'll need a procedural motion that this lays on the table, pending feedback from the officers at a briefing session. All right.
And on the cost generally for servicing in relation to the charging of the animal.
Through you, Mr Chair. In relation to the renewal fees that will be actually due very shortly for these 6 licences, is if we lay this on the table, are they able to have them placed on hold?
We generally can't place those things on hold, Mr Acting CEO, but we could look at potentially some sort of refund arrangement going, if that's if that fee is paid before we get this resolved. Councillor Mather, yeah. No, yeah, for 3 or more cats.
We don't count, it's if you have 3 or more cats or 3 or more dogs, then this is when this particular provision kicks in. So whether you've got 3 cats, 4 cats, 5 cats, 10 cats, it doesn't matter.
It's a category zone with the dogs, 3 dogs or 3 cats. So we're looking at a category.
3 or more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a question, could it be 2 dogs and 1 cat?
That's allowable.
Yeah. And it's the fees and charges clearly state cats and dogs in brackets 3 or more.
This is one. Sorry.
You're right.
Oh, who was first?
I was just
reminding. Okay, right.
Point of order, Councillor Putney, who's moving forward a procedural motion, then I'd be happy to vote on that.
I'd already spoken, so I can only suggest that I can't move it myself.
Yeah.
Question or?
All right, we'll go back to Councillor Mather. You're in the middle of a
I think
conversation.
we need to do this properly and carefully, Mr Mayor, because this will affect a lot of people and there'll be a lot of people watching how we handle it.
Yeah, hence the request to bring a report back, I think, Councillor Mather.
Through you, Mr Chair, I'm happy that a report comes back to the table. I would not like to see it placed on hold so that so people feel that they're not being listened to and that it's not equitable. Is it possible to attack the last bit with a report on the likely cost implications brought back to the future council meeting before resolution as a second part of this resolution?
Well, I think we were sort of erring towards a briefing session on this one. So I'm just thinking if we take that, we'll perhaps if we go with your original proposed resolution, delete the bit on the end, and then we've got a mover and a seconder on this one, so we'll have to deal with it. But then if there's no support from the table, then it lapses and we just have an alternate motion that it comes back to a briefing session. Is everyone comfortable with that as a process?
Well, I'd be happy, Mr Chair, to move a procedural at this lay on the table to allow us to consider all of the implications of it to ensure that we land in the best possible place we can, and taking into consideration the CEO's comments around being able to cater for the payment of it, or in terms of the timing of that, in the event that they did pay prior to us making a decision, that they could then retrospectively sort that out. So that gives me the confidence that, you know, if we choose to go this way, they will not be negative off, but we'll be able to be making the best decision. So I'd like to move that procedural that it lay on the table.
All right, Mr Acting CEO, are you happy with that? All right. Yep, there's no seconder, that's all. All right, so it's moved, Councillor Bello, that this lay on the table pending a return to a briefing session. So all in favour on this one? Those against? Okay, do you want your votes recorded? So votes against Councillor Mather and Councillor Friend. Thank you. Okay, so we're down to 13.2, councillors. And the recommendation here from Councillor Friend is that Council advocate via a letter of support sent to the contractor Procon Developments Australia Proprietary Limited and the owners of the petrol station that is to be built at the Homemaker Centre Yeppoon for consideration that an electric vehicle charger be installed at this location. So, Councillor Friend, you're moving this one?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Once
right,
again...
I'll go for a seconder first, sorry. Seconder, Councillor Mather. Thank you. All right, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, councillors. So once again, these notices of motions are put forward by myself because of community interaction. And we have very passionate electrical vehicle owners in our shire, and very passionate people about having chargers. Currently, council officers are looking at future funding for electrical vehicle chargers. However, in this particular notice of motion, it's only to send a letter of support on behalf of these people to the owners of the new petrol station, and only asking for their consideration in this matter, and in no way demanding it, just asking for their consideration if they would consider placing an EV charger, installing an EV charger. Thank you.
Just councillor friend, in regards to the letter, which I'm fine about, have you done any investigation into the planning of the actual petrol station? You know, how do you know that they're able to, you know, be able to afford to have that bit of equipment in there
Sure.
without having traffic?
Sure, good question, and the answer is no. No investigation whatsoever, as this is just a letter for consideration and a letter of support from our community. They may not be able to afford it and they may not be doing it, but as a letter of support, which really is basic, would you consider? Thank you.
All right. Any other councillor Mather, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a really good idea. It's a good initiative, because if electric vehicles are the way to go of the future, well, I'd like to be a leader in this. I'd like to see our council as a leader, and I'd like to see the Servo be the leader in the Shire. And there's no time like in the planning stages that they need to consider this. And if it takes somebody from the community to raise it with the council, I think we have the responsibility to facilitate that request and put it to these people who may not even consider it, but may think that's a wonderful idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the proposed resolution? Okay, we'll open the floor for any further comments. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder, and mover and councillor Friend, seconder and councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, we've dealt with 13.3, thanks to yours truly's mistake previously. So that concludes the ordinary meeting of council. We'll we'll take is lunch here, Mr. Acting CEO?
Two more items to go, Mr. Mayor. Would you like to finish it and that's it for the day?
What have we got? Can do that. Is lunch here though? I'm not sure how long these two will take us though, these two matters. All right, so lunch is here. All right, we might break for lunch. Can I have a motion to councillor Mather? Thank you. Procedural motion, break for lunch. All in favour? Thank you very much. Carried. So we're live again? Okay. So welcome back from lunch. Welcome back to the members of the live stream. I need a resolution, please, to resume after lunch. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you. And just have to apologise to our members of the community live streaming. We're going to go into the confidential session now to discuss a couple of reports, so we might be a little while before we come back out. So can I get a mover and a second to move into confidential, please? Councillor Lynch, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried. So, welcome back, members of the community live streaming in. We had to have a quick discussion, which wasn't necessarily quick, around confidential reports. So, looking at 16.1 options for tenancies in the Centre of Excellence for Disaster Management. The resolution, councillors, is that council resolves to authorise the council officers to negotiate with parties who may make submissions or have made submissions for the available space within the hub, and two, to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, I would change the wording there, authority to approve lessees for the available space within the hub and the terms and conditions of the lease provided to such parties. Okay, so happy to move with the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, Councillor Friend?
Second the word changes, do I?
Yep. So it's up on the screen there now, Councillor, in part 2, after the Local Government Act 2009, authority to approve lessees.
So it was done in both the first point and the
Second point.
Second.
Yep.
On the ground floor.
And the ground floor as well. So it now reads, to authorise council officers to negotiate with parties who may make submissions or have made submissions for the ground floor within the hub, and to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, authority to approve lessees for the ground floor within the hub and the terms and conditions of the lease provided to such parties. Everyone clear on the recommendation? Okay, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it? Okay, all right. So we'll go. We'll close debate on it, councillors. I think we've had a debate in closed session, so we'll just go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Moving to 16.2. This is a request for special consideration for rates discount. The recommendation here is that council deny the request for discount on the grounds that the circumstances do not meet the criteria outlined within the rates payment policy. So can I get a mover for this recommendation, please?
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment.
All right, so we'll do the, take the motion first and then the amendment. So if I get a mover, Councillor Hutton, thank you. Can I get a seconder? All right, I'll second it for the sake of the debate. All right, so Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to this one?
I would like to speak to it, but I think that if there's an amendment to be discussed first, I'm happy to hear the amendment first.
Thank you. Do you have an amendment, Councillor Mather? I think we need to deal with this particular resolution first, Councillor, because it'll be the opposite to this resolution.
Yes, we've heard the amendment. Is to approve.
Yes, I have. If this one fails, then we'll basically go to yours. Is that okay? Yes. All right. Right. So it's foreshadowed. All right. So, councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder in that we deny the request for discount. So, can I go to the vote on this one, please? So, all in favour?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak.
I'm sorry.
So in speaking to the motion as put forward by officers, I think it's really important that we have both fairness but also consistency in our process before council. Every effort's made by council to provide opportunity for people in advance of rates being due and giving reminders, and that is something that we should pride ourselves on. Council has a range of processes in place for people who may be struggling to also support them in those journeys where they may be finding that they're unlikely to be able to make payment on time in the full form. Unfortunately, in this circumstance where the request has been made that payment was late, as it is if you pay your car registration a day late, that you pay a higher premium, or you miss out on the discount for your car registration. I myself have had an occasion where, not due to the last election, but the election prior, that I was standing out at the front of Town Hall every day for 2 weeks, but then missed the discount period because I was preoccupied with other things that were going on, so I had to pay a full premium for my rates. It is an expectation, remembering that the discount period is a discount, it's not a right, an as of right. So at some point, council has to acknowledge that it has got an obligation to collect the revenue it requires for the functioning of the business, while it is accounted for and planned for majority of residents taking up the discount in any given year. It's also recognised that not 100% of residents will do so, and that is acknowledged in the financials of council. So on this occasion, unfortunately, where the request has been made, unfortunately the grounds are that they left it till after the discount period had ended, and therefore for it to be fair to all residents, regardless whether it was 6 hours, 12 hours or 10 days later, it should stand that they pay the full rates for this period, knowing that, as it was in my own circumstance, that I learnt a lesson that I'll never repeat again.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Would anyone like to speak against this proposed resolution? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and the good councillor's right. They did pay late. It's obviously made quite an impact on their lives. They've written two letters to council, one to Councillor Mather and one to council itself. And they've put that effort in, I believe, because they've been in hardship. They've been 20% down on their wages. They're obviously struggling. The $158 obviously means a lot to them. And I'm certainly prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt and to let this be a first and a last of this person for the time being, but just to stand on it and say, yep, we're giving you a break.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking for the proposed resolution? Anyone else like to speak against it?
Yes, I shall speak against it, Mr Chair. After some careful deliberation. I think the examples that have been used both for and against are both solid and they have merit. Probably what tips me this way is that we've been through probably the most difficult pandemic and financially challenging period for our whole society. And furthermore, in referencing other organisations or other bureaucracies like TMR or what have you, they don't have an elected board of people that basically sit over the top of them, and that's the difference that we are as a council, where we are the closest level of government to the people, and listening to the individual hardships of these people that have identified it and articulated it in I think, a reasonable manner. I'm prepared to provide some assistance there on that ground, so I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I call a division.
Okay. I'd just like to, I'll go back to Councillor Hutton in a minute to sum up, but just in support of Councillor Hutton, and look, I find these situations always tragic because as Councillor Hutton has been in this situation, so have I previously, where I've missed the deadline for payment as well, and mine was probably about a day, not 6 hours in this case. But our policy is the policy, and ultimately there are a number of provisions within our policy that actually allow for hardship. Now, there's been mentioned in the correspondence from the ratepayers that they've suffered a 20% reduction in their income, but obviously they've not satisfied the criteria for hardship under the policy, and so given that that hasn't happened, and our officers are obviously very sympathetic to these things, and I know they are, then I actually can't support the request for rates relief. Councillor Hutton would like to sum up.
Yeah, just very briefly, I acknowledge, as Councillor Eastwood said, that this is not easy on anyone, and for them to have taken the step of writing is obviously a reflection of their desire, and also in a lot of ways it's a reflection of their good standing and the way they see themselves that this is a mistake that's been made. My fear is that the risk is that at any given time that there are residents across our shire who have made a similar mistake, who in seeing this motion, if withdrawn or if an alternate resolution gets up saying that, you know, an email to a councillor and a letter to council means that it will come to a council table where council will consider your individual merits. Every resident of our shire is going to have individual merits that from time to time will warrant our consideration, but where we find ourselves in a situation where we could have, and to not sound alarmist, but you could have literally hundreds. So, I mean, we have 17,000, more than 17,000 rate notices go out. If we were to undertake this same process, the cost of the $156 or whatever the difference is between the early payment versus the on-time payment fee, the cost to council as an organisation in administering that would be astronomical and would be unsustainable for the organisation and for this council table to manage. I would err on the side of caution and encourage councillors to consider not just the individual circumstance, but the word I'm looking for is to say that we're setting a standard that we then will follow up on for a further 4 years of this council term. And while compassion is undoubtedly a quality that I both value and appreciate in colleagues and in our community, our compassion and empathy has to be balanced with a responsibility to our community, and something that is a one-off that we can accept but we know that we could never repeat is not something that I would say I'd encourage you to vote for today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, Councillor Friend has called a division on this one, so we'll go to the vote on it, councillors. So Councillor Hutton has moved this, I've seconded it. So those in favour, please stand. Thank you. Those against, please stand. Okay, so the motion is lost. So I'll go to Councillor Mather's alternate motion. Okay, so the divisions in support of the recommendation is Councillor Hutton, Councillor Ireland and Councillor Lynch, and opposed is Councillor Bellow, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Friend and Councillor Mather. Right, so Councillor Mather, you have an alternate motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, it's short and sharp. I'd like to move that Council approve the request for discount given the ratepayer's previous good history and stated circumstances. Do you want me to read that again? Approve the request for discount given the ratepayer's previous good history and stated circumstances. In stated circumstances.
So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather. I get a seconder for this one, please, and I'll call a division on this one. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood.
Councillor Friend had her hand up before.
Did she?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Eastwood. All right, so again, councillors, those in favour of the...
Can I...
Of course, if you want to speak to it, councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't dwell on this one, Mr Mayor. It's all been said and all of the comments are very appropriate and they're all honest comments. And we're dealing with people here and in everybody's walk of life, the circumstances are different. We're not here to judge them. We're to make decisions on the circumstances they put forward. And I'm sure with the 17,000 rate-paying properties in our shire or people, and if the mayor and the former deputy can get it wrong and miss out, anybody can do it. So, and these people have honestly said, look, we forgot, even though we're reminded just before, things do slip, circumstances do occur. But they were honest enough to say that. And with their good history, I'm prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt in this case, and I'm sure it won't happen again. We hate saying no when these things happen. And with the 136 cases that have come before the council for non-payment or being late, I feel for them too. And I don't think there will be many who would deliberately miss the discount. I know there are some who clearly avoid paying on time for other purposes, but that's a decision that they make. These people didn't make that decision. Their intentions were good, and I won't say any more except to say that I'm prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I hope they learn from this one. And thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the proposed resolution? Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to it? Your light's on.
Oh, look, yes, I can't really add any more to the discussion, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the proposed resolution? All right, so we've got a division call on this one too, councillors. So those in favour, would you please stand? So that is Councillor Mather, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Friend and Councillor Bello. In favour? Those against? So those against are Councillors Leach, Hutton and Ireland. All right, councillors, I think, Mr Acting CEO, that concludes our business for today. Not that I'm aware of, councillor. So thank you to members of the community who've live streamed in, and we wish you a good afternoon, and thanks councillors for your attendance.